Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay. So none of
I'll
us.
hang out and we can listen to it. Sure. I'll mute up.
Okay. I mean, I was actually told you might not want to listen to it because it'll probably annoy you. So that's why when Yoder said we should have an event, I'm kind of like, okay, well, if I'm going to listen to it, then I want it to at least have purpose. Like, I don't want to just listen to it and just sit there and yell at it in my living room. You know what I mean? So,
like other people do.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, if you guys want to say something, we can pause it. I don't know. Can you guys pause it also? Do you have the can you go to,
I can
you're
pause.
driving.
I
Yeah.
can, but I'm driving. I mean, I can keep my eyes on it and
Well,
everything.
if you want to say something, just start talking and then I'll pause it. Or I'll just if there's something interesting, I'll pause it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because, like I said, I haven't listened to it before. I'm not going to be like some people and pause it every 30 seconds. I'm not going to do that, just so you know.
Pause it for 30 seconds, talk about it for 15 minutes, and then unpause.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, here we go.
Example of applying the scientific method. Points 1 through 6 should occur in no more than 15 to 20 minutes. And then we're going to jump into the meat of this, where we're going to review proposals for exploring the question of round versus flat Earth using the scientific method. And then we're going to review each of those proposals on one specific...
Can we pause?
On a bunch of criteria that we agreed to in the pre-meetings. We've held 2 pre-meetings. Can you actually do these experiments? Cost? Is it...
Sorry, I'm going to go to the bot commands. That way I'm at least there with you. But oh my gosh, we're going to use the scientific method to discuss flat Earth versus round Earth. Like, how wrong can you be on this conversation already? Like, okay, what's the independent and dependent variables in this, right? We can go with the hypothesis, but then what's your null? What's your what method are you going to use? Like, I don't know. The whole thing seems off, right? What do you think?
Oh, I'm glad you're pinging people. I was just thinking we should ping people to tell them we're actually doing this. Thank you, AG. Yeah, I know that's what some of the comments were saying. Yeah, that, I mean, that's what the disappointment is, really, that you have this academic person, Dr. Shiva, that seems totally clueless. I don't know if they're actually going to address that in the talk itself, if anyone is going to discuss that from the flat Earth side, but yeah, just using the scientific method for this question is ridiculous. There's one comment that was highlighted that AI Arden highlighted that was really good. Oh yeah, it was Sovereign Supreme America 8295 said, "Dang, Shiva is triggered. Measuring the ground is geometry, not science. LMFAO." Yes, and then Theo Megarudy said, "Perhaps he needs to audit a 7th grade science and geometry class." So yeah, some people did call that out in the comments, which was cool. I don't know if anybody is going to call it out in the actual event.
And just to kind of point this out, like, do you remember what Dr. Shiva's specialty is? Like, he's way out of his element, just first and foremost, right? He's coming in as a person of authority because he holds a PhD in a field of science and decides that he's going to be the arbiter of the conversation on something that's not even a science question. It's a geometry question.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll press play.
Viable and can ideally, we want to make sure any citizen can do it, any one of you listening. We don't want to make these experiments so esoteric, so hard to execute, that it becomes only reserved for a few set of people. And then one of the things we agreed to is the skills of mathematics seem to vary. On the around Earth side, when we go to the introductions, you'll see we have a number of people who are actually engineers, have degrees in engineering, advanced degrees. And it seems like on the flat Earth side, there's a very sparse background in mathematics. So therefore, in order to be fair, what we did was we decided after today, we're going to give people a week to go do their mathematical formulations. So if they want to go consult experts, ChatGPT, Gemini, go to universities, open book, like an open book exam. We want to do that because we don't want anyone moaning and groaning saying, well, I didn't know math or I didn't know this. Everyone can go consult as many experts. So we're going to do a follow-up next week. So first of all, I want to welcome everyone. What you notice the way we've done this summit is we have the audience here, the three, well, one of them is missing. It's very unfortunate because we spent a lot of time organizing this, multiple emails my assistant set out, and it seems like some people are just sloppy. And it perturbs me because we spend so much effort organizing this. But nonetheless, we're going to move forward, even with the absence of one individual. Hopefully he'll show up. But I want to welcome everyone because this question of flat Earth has been put out in the audience. And I want to review how I got involved in this. I do various interviews, and a guy by the name of Flat Dave or something, had me on an interview. And he said, you know, the Earth is flat. And you guys can go see it, it's all public. And I said, whoa, stop. I said, can you describe the scientific method? And again, you guys can go see this. And I was horrified that he didn't even know what the scientific method was. And this guy's promoting, he makes quite a bit of, he has his own website, he promotes this, and you guys can go look at it. He didn't even understand the scientific method. So we have a larger problem, particularly in the United States, and for that matter, different parts of the world, where young people, perhaps it's the STEM education, public school education, or private school, people aren't learning what the scientific method is. According to the latest statistics, less than 5% of people actually know what the scientific method is, even have mastery of it. And
they're probably flat earthers.
And I decided, I spoke to a bunch of my friends who are educators who spend a lot of time teaching. In fact, I spoke to one of my high school teachers who's in his almost 80s. And I explained this to him. So my mission in doing this was to give a broad reset, hopefully as people see this video and the commitment of various people who come, to understand what is the scientific method and to make people accountable to the hard work it takes to apply the scientific method. We have grifters who seem that they can say whatever the fuck they want without any accountability to evidence. And the reason this has occurred is the educational system, and B, what is evidence? By the end of this summit, or through the summit, you will understand that evidence is reproducible predictions. Those two words are very powerful words, and I would again say probably less than 5% of the public actually understands what evidence is. Evidence in science is reproducible predictions. And we're going to, as we've had our pre-meetings, we're going to make sure everyone adheres to the science. Otherwise, anyone can say whatever the fuck they want. And that's not science. Okay? So again, my motivation in this was not about the question of flat or round, but as a PhD, as a guy who spent a lot of time educating people, spent a lot of grueling hours solving problems, it became evident there's a whole set of people, particularly on the internet, quote unquote influencers, who have no regard for science, who can talk a lot. They can talk very beautifully. And people think they're saying something, but when you take away the layers, they're saying nothing. And this is not only among the grifter class, but also in universities. And I'll show you an example of that. So we live in a very dangerous time because anyone with a microphone and a camera can say what they want, but they don't have to back it up. But today's summit, the way it's organized is you're going to have to back up what the fuck you say. And I'm using some of these annoying words because the level of conversation needs to be seriously elevated. And I think what we're doing today is a public service. This summit is brought to you by the International Center for Integrative Systems, all volunteer run. There's no one grifting here monetizing this. This video is not being monetized. We're doing this. A number of people here have families. They've taken time out of their weekends to do this. So I appreciate all of that. So that's the background. We don't want to let people get away with saying stuff that they cannot back up. They got to be able to back it up. And we want to create a consciousness that people demand that of these grifters, as well as their politicians and public officials. And so I want to thank.
Oh, I just paused it because we had a bunch of people that just came in. I heard you start to say something, Matrix, if you wanted to say something. If anybody, wants to comment, if you can get into the bot room, you can just pause it and comment, or you can put something in the live stream voice text and all. Pause it.
All I was going to say was when he said that there's only about 5% that know the scientific method, they're all the flat earthers, that 5%.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the way he's framing it is I haven't heard the whole thing. I mean, this is the first time I've listened to it. Some of you probably already had, but yeah, it seems like a giant setup just the way he's framing it, especially knowing who I do happen to know who his Globe Earth guests are going to be, and if those are the people he's saying are going to present evidence and uphold the scientific method, that's pretty questionable from the start.
Well, he did say, and I'm pretty sure that it was only just in the last minute, that whatever they put out, they've got to back it the fuck up. So when was the last time McToon backed up any of his claims?
Ever, never.
Oh, hello. What are you flat earthers still doing in here? I cannot believe you're still on this.
They say, boo.
I don't know who that is, but you flat earthers are seriously still doing this. Dandelion, I don't know why you're talking.
I know, it's because my mommy and daddy told me the earth was flat. Don't you remember our last conversation?
Yes, I'm still wondering why you're still doing this. You could just Google the facts. Everything says it's a globe. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, so Yoder had this idea of having an event reaction to Dr. Shiva's videos, so that's what we were doing. I don't know if Indio can stomach listening to it again. I know he already listened to at least part of it.
I'm not the flat earther, by the way. I'm here just making fun of you guys.
Oh,
That's
Jared
kind of
earlier.
Minutes I've been in one of these.
What'd you say, Jer?
I said it's been a minute since I've been in one of these.
How many minutes?
Oh, it's been well over a year at least.
Wow. And
Oh yeah,
why are you still here?
he's a globe earther. We don't need
That's my fellow man,
Russian
my
here.
fellow fact issue.
What happened last time you were here, Jer?
Nothing actually. It was pretty chill. We just kind of chatted, and I met some pretty cool people.
Oh, good.
Dandelion, ask how old he is.
I'm not doing that. That seems kind of rude.
Jair, how old are you?
I am 35, believe it or not.
That's fucking cap.
Do y'all have video available?
Hey,
I can turn it
just
on.
No, don't worry about it.
if you want video, there's a YouTube.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna try to be mean. Jer, are you female?
Nope.
Gosh, you guys aren't trying very hard not to be mean. You should try harder not to be mean.
I mean,
So anyway,
I get it.
Anyway,
it happened.
You
got a young
we
voice.
want to know the facts up front.
Anyway, just to kind of recap what we're doing right now, Dr. Shiva held a panel this weekend on a flat Earth discussion and how it's a serious problem. And there's a discussion that's being taken place, and he's given his opening remarks, and then he's going to introduce his panel. I know nothing about what's going to be said in here. Some people have watched it already. Do you have anything to add, Dandelion?
no, I have nothing to add. I'll just press play again unless somebody else has something to say.
Wait. So the thing actually happened?
No.
Oh, it didn't happen.
The planning part happened. For some reason, there was 2 Globers, 1 flat earther, and Dr. Shiva, who's goes in the Glober category. So I don't know what happened to like 6 and 6 or whatever the original plan was. Everybody going to Cambridge and, coming up with ideas on a whiteboard over a period of hours and coming up with a concrete plan that everyone can take and filling out a fucking ethics declaration and yada yada yada. Apparently, I don't want to poison the well because you guys haven't heard it, but it's fucking whatever. I'm disappointed.
Wait, so who was the one flat earther?
You're breaking up, dude.
Do we know who the flat earther was?
Oh, it's Kevin Samuels.
Who was the flat earther?
Kevin Samuels.
Wait.
There's a Kevin Samuels flat earther. He's German.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I know him from X and from my DMs and from Telegram. He's on Telegram.
I'm a PhD.
He goes by Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, that's his name, Kevin Samuels.
Wow. I mean, that's awesome. Dandelion, do you know who that is?
No, is that someone famous?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
What's he famous for?
He's going to hate him, bro.
Hang on a minute. Is that CB having a shot at someone else's name? CB, tell everyone what your real name is. Oh, is that his real name? Does he actually go by that?
Oh, yeah. Good point. Might as well be. My grandfather worked for John Deere. Yeah, that is a good point, though, Matrix. I do have, like, a famous name. Dandelion, you know my name?
Don't do it, CB. Just stick with CB.
I'll DM it to you, bro.
Okay.
Kevin Samuels. Wait, he's, like, known for... People think he hates women or whatever. He's misogynist.
Oh, people think that. Kind of like people think that about you, but it's not true, right?
No, I am misogynist. Misogynist.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he isn't, but people think he is.
Correct.
Unlike you are, and people think you are.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Beast.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay, so there was one flat earther.
in the opening statements, just so you know, Dr. Shiva said that he was going to use the scientific method to discuss whether the Earth is flat or round. And then he also went on to say that it seems like a lot of Globers have advanced degrees in mathematics and science, and flat earthers, in many cases, don't even have a bachelor's.
As if that matters.
Right. Matters to them.
I'm just saying that's what he let in with.
Yeah, and that's just made up bullshit.
This was a discussion on authority.
Yeah, exactly.
If that's the case, he's talking out of his element. If that's the case.
Okay. He just made that up. Literally, just made it up.
Hey, since you're here, Indio, did you see the interview with him and Dave Weiss?
Yes, I saw the thing with him and Dave Weiss. I remember everything that he said he was going to do, and he hasn't done anything.
Did Dave walk him through the scientific method? Because I'm pretty sure Dave knows the scientific method.
Yeah, he just talked down to him, and he just made up his own scientific method, basically.
That's what
if you listen to this, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it. Go on mute, bro. So you're going to hear.
Sorry.
I'm going to fucking mute you. Fuck you, dude. So Dave. Shiva's going to go through his version of the scientific method. Okay? It's going to be a version of the scientific method you ain't never heard before. And then he gives an example, which is retarded. And you'll find out. You'll just listen to it. And like, the whole time is just like this talking down, fucking, the same shit we deal with, the condescending bullshit that we deal with all the time. He does it in spades. And like I said, this McToon, some other dude I ain't never heard before, obviously anti-flat earther. Somehow McToon got his way into this shit, as he usually does. Right off when he announced, so he did his interview with Dave, then he started posting on Twitter that he was going to do it. Right away, he started retweeting fucking McToon shit. Like, right away. He wouldn't take people like Stone, for instance. You know what Stone is? Ethergrass?
Yeah, man of Stone.
Stone. Yeah, he wouldn't take him for whatever reason. He's got a degree. Been electrical engineering experimenter for fucking 30 fucking years or more. Wouldn't take him. He wasn't going to take anybody legit. He's trying to stack the deck. This is nothing but a propaganda fucking exercise. Yeah. Fucking Will Duffy. Except for it's even worse because this is even more fucking shitty.
Yeah, it makes it easier to say flat earthers are dumbasses when you've stacked the deck like that. Put all people with PhDs and whatnot on one side, and people that walk without dragging their knuckles on the other.
No, McToon. First of all, neither one of those dudes had advanced. Neither one of the dudes on the panel. I don't know about the German guy, Kevin Samuels. He might have. But the other two, McToon said he studied engineering. He never said he got a degree. And the other dude said he was a radar tech or something like that in the military. He never said he got a degree in any. Neither one of those two said they got a degree in anything. I mean, maybe they have degrees, maybe they didn't, but they never explicitly said they did.
I noticed the only people in this subject matter that get somewhat upset about the whole degree thing is those that have spent their whole life just professional students. And when they come in here and say, I've got a degree in X, Y, Z, we all sit back and go, we don't care, because you don't need a degree to study shapes.
Yeah, you don't need to be smart to a degree either, and he proves it. I mean, I would just play the audio. It speaks for itself. I don't really need to qualify it or talk it down. Just listen to it. It speaks for itself. Now, you're probably going to get irritated and angry, so I suggest, like, take some calming, freaking, I don't know, chamomile tea or something. Calm down.
This is me you're talking to.
Infuriating his attitude, and then his attitude, and then just utter nonsense bullshit just comes out of his mouth. It's endless.
Well, I can tell he's coming off as like some kind of patriot, like he's a badass or something like that, standing up for America.
I had
and the world.
But no, actually, I liked Shiva. I followed him. He's he ran for governor of Massachusetts. He ran for the state senate. I was aware of him pretty well, and this has made my opinion of him has fallen through the fucking floor. Like, I'm actually kind of very disappointed in this whole thing. I got to reevaluate my evaluation process.
What year
Every
did
time
he
I-
run for governor?
In Massachusetts, I think he never made it past the primary process, if I remember right.
All right. Well, I can press play again, but I just wanted to say, Jer, we're glad you came back after 1 year, and don't let these guys drive you away, because the Earth is flat, and we would like to share that information with you. Oh, somebody let CB off of his leash. What's going on here?
Dude, stop disrupting this fucking show, bro.
That's what I
This is
do,
a flat Earth
man.
server. We're gonna send you over to English Hub, dude.
Okay,
Wait,
well,
so you guys are playing a clip right now?
we were playing it, and then I'm going to press play again. But if anyone else
How
wants
much
to
longer? How much
comment,
longer?
feel free.
2 hours. Come back in 2 hours.
2 more hours? No.
2.5 hours. It's 2 hours and 48 minutes, and we just got through the
I
opener.
would rather
Well,
hear
you hit on the
Dandelion.
dude some more. Well, you hit on a guy some more if you want to do that.
I'm trying to. All right, I'll just slide in Dandelion DMs while it's playing.
Sliding
You could
jars
do
DM.
the.
That was a girl.
Go to live stream
It did
too.
sound like a girl. That's crazy.
Yeah, Hey, stop that. Jer does not sound like a girl at all. Jer, you do not sound like a girl. Don't listen to them.
Well, listen to creation.
It's all right. Look, I'm aware. I kind of sort of do a little bit. I'm aware of
Hey,
it.
Dandelion, you need to tell the truth more often. That's just what
It's all right.
No, it never even crossed my mind. It never even crossed
Don't lie.
my mind. I have 5 sons.
For some reason, CB is not disturbed by the fact he was hitting on a dude.
Wait, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't.
You're trying to get fucking bio info, dude. You're about to slide in the
Oh, yeah, that's why he wants. You're right. I didn't even catch that, because he always wants to know how old people are, because he has that age cutoff thing. Oh my
Yeah, I do have
gosh,
a
I
cutoff.
didn't even
35
catch
is
that.
We all start singing. CB seems dudes.
I thought you were worried about Discord TOS. Indio has totally got your number.
No, I thought it was TOS.
Yeah, my gaydar is going off big time.
No, that's why I asked, because it seemed like he was too young for a Discord TOS.
You are so
bro.
wrong. Indio is right. You were wrong. You are not right about your motivations.
No, I thought
Rewind
it
the
was
tape.
like.
He said he was a misogynist. I mean, come on. What more signs do you need?
I know. I don't need any more.
He hates women. He's trying to pick up dudes on Discord.
What the fuck?
Spends 45 minutes doing his hair.
Let it. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Take Jared a live stream too.
I just spread rumors about you, CB. I watch it.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm here for it.
We're supposed to have 3 on the flat Earth side, 3 on the round Earth side. 1 person's missing on the flat Earth, and then we have other people we invited to, if they just want to be in the Zoom audience, and then we're also streaming it. So let's go back to the agenda here. Let's introduce the panelists. I have a picture of all of them here. Let's start right here. Let's introduce, we'll do the round Earth side first. If the people can just say your name and a quick background. Let's start with Dr. Dinakar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prabhakar Dhyanekar. I am a biomedical engineer, trained as a chemical engineer, but I did my postdoctoral studies in biomedical engineering, and my interest in my interest in this particular topic is solely for the fact that we need more scientific method in answering any questions, especially the questions that such as whether the fundamental questions such as whether the Earth is flat or round, and these need to be nipped in the bud, in the sense that these need to be taught in a in a school level. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't take a summit like this to have a clarity on such a fundamental questions. So that's my interest.
Thank you, Dr. Dianker.
Thank you.
Then we have Michael. Mike, you can introduce yourself. I know some people don't, for anonymity, you don't want your last names. Believe it or not, some people like Mike have actually gotten death threats by people on the flat earth side. And this is of serious concern. And those people were not invited because they seem to be nuts. And so this is a serious issue. It seems like if you go against some narrative that people are monetizing and making money, you actually get death threats. So Mike has shared that with me. It's very unfortunate, but we did not include those people here. Go ahead, Mike.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
people on
thank
our
you.
side have had that happen to
University of
them.
Studied
No one gave
Electrical
a rat's
Engineering and
ass.
Computer Science. I've written software for my
Sorry.
What they think just because they're making money that it happens, bullshit. People on our side have had death threats, told to go and do nasty things.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
McToon is like the last like, how do you introduce McToon and say flat earthers are making money? Like, it's crazy, dude. And what did he say? Did he say he has a degree in computer science? Did he say that?
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything yet.
He just said something.
I hate
I didn't
McToon.
hear it.
Let's do it again. You can't rewind it. Fuck.
No.
All right, carry on, I guess.
professional career. And for the last 7.5 years, I've been engaging in this flat Earth and globe Earth discourse, and have a channel, MC Tune Live, and another channel, Conspiracy Tunes, where I look at these two things. I debate flat earthers often on my live channel, and anybody's welcome to come watch if they like to see a 2+ hour interchange between myself and some people that don't generally understand science.
All right, Mike, thank you. And then we have Dan here. Dan, go ahead. I think Dan's good at
Yeah, hi. My name's Dan. I started off in signals intelligence in the Navy, doing radio and satellite networks and during combat deployments. Been a telecommunications engineer with radio and fiber optics for the better part of 25 years now. Originally, I started in this primarily as a byproduct of my teenage daughter having TikTok and seeing some of the videos that were on there about flat Earth and things like that. I've been doing this roughly about 2 years now, started on X, and have now migrated over to YouTube, and can be found on Unfornicated on YouTube, where we do some science communications about things in my background, to kind of teach people about things like radio, fiber optics, and the EM spectrum, and like speed of light, and then also we go into some of the more obscure history things that aren't taught in schools to kind of shine a light on some of those things that that matter.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, let's go to our team on the flat Earth side. Let's begin with Kevin Samuel. Kevin, kindly go ahead, if you can give people your background.
Mute me. Now I'm unmuted. You hear me? Yes, Kevin.
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Kevin Samuel Bow is my YouTube channel. I studied media economics. It's I did online courses after that in alternative money systems. I criticized the nowadays money system a lot. So I think I have something in common with you, how things are bad in economy. But I peeked into other stuff, and I also saw too far in a vacation. I could see an island I couldn't see, and I got interested. I researched that. I digged into theories a lot, and I did a lot of some experiments I did myself. I did experiments with a fishing line, stuff like that, and I like to present something today which I think can be decisive and includes the scientific method. And I hope we we keep calm, everyone, and keep it to science.
Great. And Kevin, you're out of Austria, right? Just to let
Yes, yes.
3 people are in the United States. Kevin's overseas, so we want to thank Kevin. I don't know what time it's there, Kevin, but it must.
Oh, it's okay. Today it's okay. The pre-meetings were late. Today it's 5:30 p.m.
Okay, great. Let's go to Ryan Shea. Ryan's here in the United States. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So my name is Ryan Shea. I am from Dallas, Texas, currently in Houston, driving right now. I've got an undergraduate degree in marketing and management, master's degree in leadership. Most of my professional career was in coaching college soccer, then have now been in real estate as a realtor and investor, entrepreneur. And it was probably about 5 years ago, someone, when I was in a tall building, said, "Hey, we can see pretty far here, can't we?" And brought up the flat earth. So I was like, I had no idea. I mean, what I was taught as a kid was we're on a globe spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, hurtling off into space, and there's this solar system and all this stuff. And I just took it for what it was. And I started doing my own research, doing my own testing. Have done a light test across the lake that was around 7 miles, and I've done many other independent research on this subject. And when Dr. Shiva had brought up using the scientific method, I thought, oh, this is great. This is good. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to have facts and we want to know truth. And another part, I think just quickly, is that I'm also a part of the Truth Freedom movement. So I would say what we do here is it's all about facts. I don't care about anything other than what the truth is. And when our freedoms and health is actually absolutely diabolical right now in this world and country, it's not okay. So that's what attracted me to Dr. Shiva in this bottoms-up movement that I'm also a part of. And then, so with this flat Earth, I wanted to get involved at flat Earth, round Earth debate, and do what I can to help. So thanks.
Okay, and the third person let's have is, I think his handle is Globe Slayer, right? Bobby, but he was supposed to be here, and he's not. So before I started, I was frankly annoyed because we spent a lot of time communicating to people, getting people out here, and I wish people would follow through on their word. But anyway, we're going to start. Let me go back. So thanks everyone for those introductions. I think people understand the mission here. It's to really apply the scientific method. And across what I've seen, from this past year, when you look at this question, it's been unfortunate that people haven't applied the scientific method. So the part of what we wanted to do in the next 5-6 minutes, I did this in a long video.
Okay, I just want to point something out. So that's 3v3, right? And one flat earther didn't show up. Anybody else?
Yeah, and it sounds like both of them are very outspoken, proud conspiracy theorists that are like anti everything, and they're gonna like try to expose them.
Why did he pick those people? Because originally, so just to fact check this shit, right? Originally, he said it was going to be 6v6, and he was going to fly everybody out to Cambridge. Doesn't seem like that happened. It's 3v3, and I don't think he flied anybody anywhere. Flew anybody anywhere. And Globe Slayer, now I've seen him on X, but like, who the hell even is he? Like, for a flat earther, I don't even really. I mean, I've seen him bicker with Globers, but I have no idea who he is.
The only thing I've known that he's done recently, he sent up a makeshift satellite with a helium balloon and sent a camera up, and I don't know what that entails. I just know that he recently sent it up, so he's probably taking a look at it, seeing what he's got. But that's the shtick that he's got going right now.
Okay, so want to also say this. So he just says no flat earthers have ever followed this topic. No one's followed the scientific method. Okay, let's just deal with that for 1 second. Assuming his method, his definition of the scientific method is correct. When Dave Weiss tried to show him evidence, he said, "I don't care about that," 11 times in a 1-hour interview. I know it's 11 times because I counted how many times that Dave tried to present him evidence, and he said, Dave, never mind that. I don't care about that. And wouldn't even let Dave explain what was done to him at all. What was done at all. So him saying that nobody did anything, because his idea of evidence in the scientific method is his own personal definition of evidence equals reproducible results. Now, I've searched and searched. There's nowhere in any science or engineering textbook which defines evidence as quote-unquote reproducible results. That's going to be his personal definition. But that being the case, even within that, him saying that that wasn't done, how would he know when he refused to look at any evidence presented to him to even evaluate what was done? Right? If you can't, it's like, oh, I don't see anything, but your eyes are closed. Of course you don't see anything. Your fucking eyes are closed. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, also, I just wanted to read what Plain and Truth in the live stream voice text 33 minutes after the hour. He said, Globe Slayer backed out because he thought the other two guys had the wrong ideas about flat Earth. He's a genuine guy.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, I should also point out, Yoder, I'm going to read what Yoder posted in chat. I've got screenshots somewhere of Dr. Shiva welcoming me to the flat Earth side of the panel, only moments later to reverse it, and then blocking me. I asked Dr. Shiva, because during his interview with Dave Weiss, I asked him, he said everyone participating is going to sign an ethics declaration that they're, basically going to, rigorously follow whatever is agreed upon and not tamper with results and not fake it, an ethics declaration. I asked Dr. Shiva if he was going to sign the ethics declaration that he was going to have everybody else sign, and he blocked me. Okay? I can easily prove I got screenshots of it. I got that time he fucking blocked me in the post at which he blocked me at. So, yeah, anyway.
You can't play unless you play by the rules. But then when you ask him if he's going to play by the rules too, nope.
And he's
how are you going to create your own rules and then not sign it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, apparently it seems like no one had to sign any ethics declaration anyway, and it just didn't even end up being what he said it was going to be. When he went on Dave Weiss and interviewed, I'd suggest go watch it. And that is like a harbinger. You got to kind of see this in the sequence of events, how far down. If you watch that Dave Weiss interview, they'll go on his X feed and see when he started posting, because there was like a 3-month lag when he started posting about this and what he started doing and just going fucking ballistic on flat earthers. And the messages of DMs of hey, all the flat earthers are checking out. He got lots of fucking messages from flat earthers to participate, including myself. And the reason I decided not to participate is because his thing was submit all this biographical information. Name, address, phone number, headshot, educational background, work, all this crap. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter where I'm from. Doesn't matter what my name is. The experiment is the experiment. Okay? So, I don't trust this dude as far as I can throw him. But regardless, I'm going to play it.
But to the audience out there on social media, plus the audience here, what is the scientific method? We wanted to review it. We've had pre-meetings on it. We've gone over the terminology. Everyone's on board, but we just wanted to level set for everyone else, because that framework is what's going to be used for anything we do. And that framework is what's going to be imposed on anyone, the panelists who are participating on both sides. Is that clear? That's the ground rules. So let's review what is the scientific method. Let me go back to the slides here. So in the scientific method, you begin with an observation. Okay, let's say you have a car. There's some force put on the car, F. It's of some mass, and then it accelerates. Okay, so you see this phenomenon. You could be sitting on a park bench, and someone's pushing a car. That's a force. The car is of some mass, and it starts accelerating. Okay, so the scientific method begins with an observation. You see an apple, Newton saw an apple fall supposedly from the tree, and he wants to understand that. Okay, you may see the clouds move. You want to understand that. You see the world heating up or cooling. You make these observations, and you want to understand that. So the scientific method begins with an observation. Okay? Begins with an observation. So that observation typically leads to some question. Okay, so in this case, if you see a force impinging on a car of mass m, accelerating, you may make a question, and that is denoted as a hypothesis. So, and this is what's important to understand, is the hypothesis is always expressed as a mathematical equation, which means you need to know some math, okay? And if you don't know math, you got to go get someone who does know math to help you. And in this process here, we're allowing people to go get experts. That's why in developing the hypothesis, we're going to give people a week. But nonetheless, you can look at this phenomenon and you can say, oh, there's a force, the car is of mass m, and it accelerates. And you may say, I believe that the relationship between the force and the mass is related by this equation, force equals mass times acceleration squared. Okay, so the force.
Okay, I gotta point out how fucking Dunning-Kruger this shit is. What are the units of force? Anybody? I already talked to Mary Mom about this, so you can't answer. What are the units of force? Nobody knows? Newtons. Newtons is a unit of force. Okay? 1 Newton equals 1 kilogram times meters per second squared. Okay? Force is an abstract quantity. You can't measure force. You can measure mass. You can measure distance traveled per time. But you don't actually measure force. Force is an abstract unit. So him saying, hey, this thing's creating a force. It's Dunning-fucking-Kruger, dude. It's the worst Dunning-Kruger I've ever heard. Force doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a force. It just don't exist.
I never thought about that before, Indio. Like, when I was a paramedic and I worked with blunt trauma and penetrating trauma, like gunshot wounds and stuff like that. They talk about ballistics and cavitation. Like, never once did I think of like force as a measurable unit. Like, there were factors involving that would determine like what force would look like, but never once did we consider like measure.
Look, you can take the bullet grain, right? And then the velocity coming out of the barrel, 1,000 feet per second. Right? Or whatever it is. It'll be way higher than 1,000 feet per second. Let's just say it's 1,000 feet per second. Now, those are actual quantities which exist. The force part doesn't exist. You can take those two quantities, multiply them, and make this abstract unit called a force, right? And you say, hey, like, we're going to just use, it's easier to just use this single variable instead of using these two combined variables. So let's just multiply them times each other, invent a new variable, we'll call it a fucking force, and we'll use that in our equations. Simple, right? Well, you can't test that to see if the force exists and to see if the mass times acceleration squared equals a force, because force is defined as those two things in the fucking first place.
Did he start that by saying a hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation? Did I hear that
Yes.
right? Is that what he said?
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. Hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation. Told you. Seriously disappointed. Anyway,
Yep.
moving on.
I'll go get my stress relief tea while you press play.
I know, I might have to go with the peppermint / cameo tea or something, man. I need some sort of sedative at this point.
Indio, I do got to add this though, real quick. Since you're talking, there's other factors. The weight of the bullet, depending on whether it's made out of brass or it's made out of lead, that could be a factor. Hollow point versus
Yeah, but that would go with
full
the
metal
mass,
jacket.
right?
Huh?
Well, that would go with the mass. And you'd measure, like, in that case, you could express it in newtons, but you'd probably do, like, foot-pounds, right?
Yeah.
Foot-pounds per second. Yeah, something like that, right? Which is the same, which is just a different, but what does that mean? Foot-pounds per second. From pounds, you can get mass, right? Per second, there's your time element, there's your acceleration. So, it's when you say a force, dude, you're just saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing. You can't test that hypothesis because it's circular in the first place. To find the force, you need the mass and the acceleration, because that's how you define the force. That's how you define what a force is in the first place. It's so fucking dumb, dude. It's beyond dumb. Like, this dude supposedly has 4 degrees. I'm like, are you shitting me?
To move that mass m has to be ma squared. That's a hypothesis based on your observation. It could be wrong or it could be right. Okay? So if you're a round earther, you're going to come up with some observation. Could be, an airplane, how it moves. It could be, I think Ryan said, a fishing line. It could be the sun's motion. There's many observations. But you use that observation, and based on your assumptions, you come up with a mathematical equation. Obviously, technically, a mathematical equation will vary if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat. And I'm sort of foreshadowing some of this, but nonetheless, you do an observation and you come up with a hypothesis. In this case, someone is saying that force is equal to mass times acceleration squared. Now, if that is true, the evidence will point to that based on what m and a you plug in, you're going to get different forces every time you plug in that m and a, particular m and a. That's what we say evidence equals reproducible predictions. Okay, so the next thing you would do is you would do some experiment. Okay, you're going to have to design the experiment, and experiments are difficult. You have to have the right methodology. You have to understand the errors. It's not trivial. It's a lot of hard work. And the next thing you do is you gather data and you organize that data. So you would do an experiment. Here we have 3 variables, F, M, and A, and you would do experiments and you organize. I just did a little table here. Column 1 is F, column 2 is M, and the last column is A, acceleration, okay? So you would organize, it's actually A squared. Sorry about that. Actually, this is right. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so you would organize the data like this, and these are the results you get from your experiment, okay? And then you would see what this reveals. And you'd find out that the results are force is actually equal to MA. There's no squaring based on this data. Everyone see that? F, in this case, M times A, M times A, M times A. So the hypothesis was that F equals MA squared. In this case, F would have been 1, but in this case, the second case, F would have been 4, and in this case, F would have been 16. Everyone see that? But it isn't. So when you come to this point, you have to deal with the reality that your hypothesis, F equals MA squared, was wrong. In fact, it's F equals MA. Okay? And then you have to deal with the reality that if the results match the hypothesis, which they don't, if they do match, your hypothesis is accepted. If not, it's rejected. This is a scientific method. Okay? And we can look at this, but this is what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you go out on the street, less than 5% of people actually know this. So if less than 5% of people know this, and there's billions of people on social media, and someone's just randomly saying what they want to say, they could bullshit people. So this is a framework why you have an iPhone, okay? Why this works. Because people have to understand Maxwell's equations. They have to understand all sorts of very, very complicated things. And the unsung heroes in a lot of this are engineers. Engineers are the people who actually have to apply science to creating practical things. It's where the rubber meets the road. Engineers are like the boat tech people doing science, okay? So anyway, this is a scientific method. Now, we want to make sure that this is applied in the case. By the way, let me just point out one thing. I was literally walking through my woods here, and I live in a very interesting community of a lot of academics. And obviously I run for Senate. I'm running for Senate again. Some random guy comes up to me and he starts talking about climate change. And he goes, the climate is changing and I don't agree with you. It's obviously the Earth's temperature is increasing based on CO2. And I said, look, evidence is reproducible predictions. And he didn't even know what that meant. And I said, what's your background? He's apparently a humanities guy who happens to run a nonprofit, which gets quite a bit of money promoting the climate change narrative. Okay. Anyway, I said, have you read the IPCC report? Because if evidence is reproducible predictions, then you should get the same answer for how much ice is going to melt, right? Well, if you actually look at the IPCC report, this is what you get. And this is just an example. There are about 100 different models of ice melting on the Arctic. And each one gives a different answer. So one model says 100% is going to melt, and another model, this one says 0% is going to melt. So when you see something like this is garbage in, garbage out. This is not reproducible predictions. Okay? So if anything you learn today at a high level, besides flat Earth, round Earth, evidence is reproducible predictions. So if you ask someone, someone developed a mathematical model for looking at the two fluids, the air and the oceans, and then they computed how much ice is going to melt. Well, none of them are coming with the same answer. Everyone see this? It's like the Baskin-Robbins flavor. Multiple results. And if you bring this up, you're viciously attacked for just pointing this point out. But anyway, this is occurring not only among the grifters on the internet, but at places like MIT. Okay? The only professor who brought this up was Dick Lind.
So, I mean, I don't know. I figure we have to talk a minute about
Yeah. So
debating the question.
So he does show the graph in the video. And the graph does have like 100 different trend lines. They generally the same. All they are is they're different in magnitude. So there's a whole bunch of them. But one of them actually matches what was actually measured. Okay? So he said, it's all garbage. You're supposed to make reproducible results. Well, one of those models did make a reproducible result according to his definition of what a reproducible result is, right? One of them did. But he dismissed them all because what they did as an organization is they threw shit against the wall and hoped something stick. which is what he
Yeah, I
does.
saw that he understood that.
In his professional fucking, he has a company called Cytosolve, which basically uses that technique. It throws shit against the wall and hopes something sticks. It models the human cell in combinations of drugs, and it does basically what's called Monte Carlo simulations, and spits out the one that it feels is most likely. But that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes you'll match, sometimes you won't. Just because
don't
you're
get me started on
running
healthcare.
millions of fucking simulations. Millions.
I was just saying, don't get me started on healthcare and why doctors practice medicine. Throwing shit against the wall, just stick.
Practicing. Practice. We're talking about practice.
Anyway, it did take him long to get to the ad homs. He was begging the question the entire paragraph that he just spoke.
This is the calm part. Oh, wait till he starts talking to frickin' McToon and the other guy and the frickin' Kevin Samuels.
It already feels like
he's totally so Kevin Samuels is German. He's not well. You'll find out. You'll see.
He sounds Indian. He doesn't sound German.
Kevin Samuels, the guy, the flat earther. He's not Indian. He's German or something. He's a white boy.
Sound like is he?
The person who was just talking, was that a flat Earth argument?
No.
No, he is a Dr. Shiva Adware. He's Indian or from Mumbai or something. He hates the world because he was a what do they call him? Talent or something like that? An untouchable. The lowest of the low in the caste system. He was untouchable. But he came to America. And now he wants vengeance on the world or some shit. I don't know. A Dalit. That's what they call it. A Dalit. Dalit? Is that it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm going to play this.
And he was vilified by the other 100+ professors. But the point is that we have a serious problem when people aren't following the scientific method. But what you see is, in this case, there's no evidence of ice melting because these models are completely varied, okay? All right. So what we're going to focus on in today's discussion is, what is the observation each team is proposing?
Did you hear what he just said? He said there's no evidence of ice melting because the models are wrong. So they drive a boat up to, the North Pole. There's no ice there when there's supposed to be. Apparently there really is ice there because the models are wrong. Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
And what is the model and a brief framework on the experiment? These three things we're going to focus on. All right. So again, to be clear, this model always has a set of inputs, variables, and a set of outputs. Okay. So each team here, based on the observation, and we may have multiple, right? I think we've already discussed two. Maybe there's the flat earthers want to do one and the globe earthers, fine. But it still has to follow this stricture and this framework. But you'll define your inputs and you define your outputs. Okay? So if we want to talk about a fishing line or a laser over thing or the sun's motion or an airplane, you still have to come up with an equation because we want to follow this process. Okay? This is the structure that both teams have agreed to. Globe earthers will have to do the same thing. So for example, the globe earthers may design their inputs. This is just a function.
Real quick, Indio, or anybody here that's listening, can someone give me an equation for two parallel lines?
An equation for two parallel lines.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, M would equal 0, or x squared would be equal to 0, right?
They're just the same. The slopes are just the same. M is M. I mean, that's how you tell if they're parallel or not. If their slopes are equal, then they're parallel. So M is equal.
Thank you, teacher Dandelion.
And which should predict their outputs. If for any specific input, they get an output all the time, reproducible prediction, then there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Alternatively, if the flat earthers have their inputs, and they can make whatever assumptions they want. You know, the globe earthers can say, is the sphere an ellipse or is it a perfect round globe? Similarly, the flat earthers can say, is there a dome about this flat disk, or is it whatever they want? It's full freedom. But you have to lay out the assumptions and you have to build the model, okay? This is not trivial to do this. Therefore, I had originally wanted people to literally get up on a whiteboard and, you know, derive the models. And in the pre-meetings, we realized that people have different mathematical backgrounds. So we're going to give people a week and they can go consult anyone they want. And then November, 15th, we'll come back and people will present their models. All right, so I'm going to stop there. But that's the framework of the scientific method. Okay? We can take, specifically on the scientific method, we do have an audience here. But if anyone has any questions, I don't think we've opened up the chat. Wait until the end of the time. But the bottom line is, this is the framework of the scientific method. All right, let's, I think the next part we're going to move on agenda-wise is we want to now go to, let me go back to this. We want to go to we reviewed a simple example. We want to now review proposals adhering to the scientific method. So each team is going to propose what the observation they want to use across flat Earth and globe Earth, and then what's the methodology, the experimental methodology that they're going to use. Okay? So we'll start with the globe Earth people proposing theirs, and we'll go to the flat Earth people, and then first we just want you to propose your idea, and then we'll have a Q&A across both. Does that make sense? So we want people to have the opportunity to fully talk about what they want to do. People can take notes, and then we'll go over, and then each team can critique the other team. And hopefully what's going to end as a result of this is a transcript of this, but more importantly, a document, a draft document, a white paper, which will lay out the experiment or experiments. We do have talked about the outcome of this, based on if the methodology is clear, can potentially be published in a decent peer-reviewed scientific journal. This has not been done to date, potentially in the field of science education. And I've started looking at some of those journals, which means all the 6 participants will be authors in that. So who on the globe Earth team wants to present their proposal? Mike? Oops, you got to unmute, Mike.
All right. Yeah. So a real simple thing, and something that everybody can do, I think, is very important. So, and everybody experiences where the sun is in relation to them every day of the year. So I propose just applying geometry. It's pretty simple. It isn't even a university level thing. It's generally high school, even middle school. Where is the sun in relation to any person on the surface of the Earth? So I propose saying, given a date and time and location, Where is the sun in relation to where you are, both in a horizontal angle and a vertical angle? And those are typically called azimuth for the horizontal angle, and either zenith or elevation angle, or shortened often to just elevation. The angle is not often said then, but it is an angle. So where in relation to any person is the sun. And so I can put together a model. The rest of us on the panel here can put together a model that will predict for any location and time the position that we expect the sun to be in relation to the globe. So that's I think pretty simple. And then once we have that, anybody on the Earth can test that. We don't even need to go travel anywhere. We can even do things like pull up some different webcams in different areas of the world to see if those are matching, or anybody can just contact somebody in a different country and see if they can measure it. And most people's smartphones.
So, just hear him?
Yeah, basic geometry.
Hold on, SheepDog. So, guys, so here's the funny thing. I interacted with McToon on X, and I showed him definitively that the solar position does not use a globe to find where the sun is. Okay? He searched and searched and just tried to throw shit against the wall to prove me wrong, and then fucking ghosted. So, that being said, he knows already because he's been told. I'm going to pull up the thread in a second. I'm going to post it in the chat. He's been told that they do not use a model of the Earth to find the solar position, and he conceded they use that because it's simpler. But whatever reason it is, I don't care about the reason, they still don't use the Earth. And he knows this. And he's still trying this. I guess he didn't get enough traction out of the 24-hour sun.
Can measure both of those angles with either for free or for rather cheap. So it's pretty easy to do and very reproducible.
So Mike, I'm just going to reiterate what you said, and then so I'm here. You guys may be able to see. I can look out of my window there, right? I got a big window. Boston's over there. So what you're saying is, if you're looking out in a frame, at any point the sun is across somewhere in the azimuth, which is a horizontal, and it's up at a particular location, right? That's some X1 and Y1, or X2 and Y2. Yeah. So everyone right now, if you look out your window, you're looking in a certain direction, and you yourself are located at a particular point on the Earth, globe or flat, and that's known as your longitude and the latitude of where you are, and then you're looking out. And Mike, the proposal here is we're looking at the location of the sun, and the globe earthers will come up with their model of taking in the location of the individual, the date and the time. What is it right now? It's 12:01 here, Saturday, November 8th. That will be the input into your hypothetical model or your hypothesis, and output will be it'll predict where the sun should be. And then anyone here can go do that, because hopefully this will be published somewhere online, and someone can say, oh, the globe earth model says if I'm in this location, looking in this direction, the sun should be over there. And it is indeed over there, or it's not over there. If it's not over there, the Earth is quote unquote not round, right? If you use your formulation. The flat earthers will come up with their own formulation. And if the sun is in that location, then they're right. If both are wrong or both are right, that means it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Great. let's go over to the Flat Earth team and let them propose their proposal. One of the things we talked about is there's 3 sort of features we want. It should be ease of use. Anyone could be able to do it because we want anyone listening here to be able to do this. So it's not like an elite group of people, only they can do with specialized equipment. The other thing was the cost, which means it's viable. It should be relatively low cost, and it should be ubiquitous, meaning it can be done anywhere. So those were 3 important criteria we discussed in the pre-meeting. So let's go over to the Ryan, Kevin, and Bobby, but who wants to present here?
I will present, yes. You see my screen share?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, let's make it screen share.
Yeah, you have it. Everyone can see it.
Yeah, I need to make it full screen.
Okay.
So for decades, pilots have relied upon a pair of focused, precisely angled radio frequency emitters. And I suppose the radio frequency plane test with the ILS system.
Dib wants to say something.
When are they going to actually start talking about flat Earth? They're just talking about the sky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was actually just starting to type. I can see what Plain and Truth said earlier, that the third person backed out because they didn't want to be involved with this train wreck. When he said they had a pre-meeting, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see where if he could see what was going along here, and you have to come up with a model, and you have to have these conditions, and we're going to pretend that that this is a hypothesis, that this model, it's just it's absurd. Like anyone, if they had a pre-meeting, anyone who is all about empirical evidence would not want to be involved because the conditions that they're setting up are going against what he's claiming the whole thing's supposed to be about, which is the scientific method. It's completely absurd from beginning to this point here, and I'm assuming it's going to continue to be so.
Yeah, they're bloating the conversation with a bunch of bullshit in the beginning. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Start talking about the ground. Jesus.
FYI, the guy that was just about to speak, he was giving his argument for the flat Earth using airplane logic.
All right, thanks for pausing. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one more. Why is he strawman
this globe Earth
flat Earth position?
Observation?
Like, he's just blatantly like, okay, well, on the flat Earth side, you guys would say this. It's like, no, we wouldn't. Like, who even said that about the sun? Like, models. Like, I feel like even Land of Misfit Toys would do a better job at these idiots.
If I had to guess, I bet McToon set the parameters, and Dr. Shiva was like, "Yeah, we'll go with that."
Yeah, and he probably was.
He was saying it in Dave Weiss's interview. It was pretty much the exact same thing he was saying in that interview, which is before he interacted with McToon, as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
Sorry to cut you
can
off.
see. Oh, no, that's good to know. I wouldn't have known that, but I was just going to say, you can see why he wanted to not have certain people like you and Dio and Yoder and other people. I don't know who else he either said no or he cut off, but you can see he was probably looking for a certain kind of person for the flat Earth. All right.
Is that really the case? Like, they're not looking for proper competition. They're looking for like the low tier people. Like, if that's actually the case, that's like just super disingenuous. But like, I don't know if that is. Like, who knows?
Well, they don't want to platform the truth. So yeah, there's that.
I would agree that it's disingenuous. I'm not even a flat earther, and I think that's disingenuous. If there's one thing I've learned here, flat earthers aren't dumb. That whole cliche. It's ridiculous. But y'all y'all pay more attention, talk more about measurements and stuff like that than I've ever even given thought to in my life. So it's just one of those silly things that.
Yeah, I'm glad you can see that, Jer. I mean, that's the thing. It's when people come into this forum in particular and continue on with that idea that flat earthers are dumb and so on. I mean, it just makes them look dumb because they're obviously not listening to the conversation that's going on around them. So, yeah, it's a good sign that you are able to see that.
Yeah. So, Jer, I appreciate that. So, what you're listening to is what is the actual topic that they're going to end up talking about? And they keep alluding to flat earthers. Flat earthers are the topic. They're not really talking about. So, how much time was just spent on discussing the veracity of McToon's experiment versus how much time was spent talking about flat earthers? Flat earthers do this and flat earthers do that, and they're giving this dude death threats, and flat earthers don't have degrees, and blah blah.
And they're stabby with words.
Yeah, exactly. So they spent the word count for that subject matter is 10 times what it is about the actual fucking experiment. They did zero analysis about McToon's experiment that he proposed. Didn't think about it they didn't even discuss it for 1 fucking second. Now, like I just said, I just posted in the chat, McToon knows that the methodology for predicting the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, solar elevation, solar azimuth, those things that he said, which he's going to come up with an equation for, that equation has no globe Earth in it. He knows this, and he's going to try and bamboozle people. Okay, I just posted in the chat. I know he knows it because I fucking told him myself back in March.
He says, there you go, lying again.
I literally showed diagrams, showed citations, told them where to find it, right? I'm lying. No, it wouldn't be me lying. It would be them lying.
They got to put us in our categories first before they start talking shit about us. Remember that.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, Jared, what you might notice is there's 2 kinds of Goldbergs. There's two things that's happening in this conversation. Either the topic is flat Earth versus globe, or the topic is flat Earthers. That's it. It's never. Yeah. That's it. When they can't address the issues, they make us the topic of conversation. All you flat Earthers do this, and all you flat Earthers think that, and you're like blah blah blah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of drawing a whole bunch of people. I'm not a fan of categorizing a whole bunch of people by one stereotype, no matter how you, no matter who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, good or bad, because that's the other thing they do. Well, the scientists. Why would all the scientists be wrong? Okay, and when we ask them, name one scientist. They can't. Name one living scientist. How do you know what scientists think? All the scientists think, okay, what experiments did those scientists do? Like, it's the same thing, right? These are what I call sociological arguments. That, like, they're not actually still addressing the issue. They're saying, there's some people over here, and there's some people over there, and why would I think those people think this, or why would I think these people do that, or why would these people over here do this thing, and why would I listen to you people, right? When the argument comes about people, and it leaves the topic about what the nature of the Earth itself is.
Right. I'll be the first to admit that I definitely do lean on appeals to authority.
Why?
Just because. Well, it's just because I.
Tell the truth.
I haven't
Tell
really.
the truth, because you're lazy, dude. That's the reason.
Well, I mean.
That's why people do it, because they're lazy. They don't want to research it themselves. It's easier to just say, well, I'll just wait what that person said. I think they researched it. I'll just go with what they say.
It could be. I guess I just haven't. I haven't really thought about it that much. Honestly, this is the first time in well over a year that I've even, wondered about the, or thought anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna play the audio, but
you're right, Indio. The reason why people submit to the authority is because they're lazy. I was lazy. Hell, there's things I'm still lazy about. Like I admit to it. I'm not gonna lie to anybody here. But
me too. I'm lazy about some things. It's like, oh, I can learn about that for myself, or I can just like, yeah, but it's not really that important to me. I'll just defer to the authorities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's what it is. It's laziness at the end of the day, because every single person in this world, generally, there are some dumb people in this world, but every person in this world has the capacity, if they're driven
Yeah, want to know
to.
who the dumb people are? We settled who the dumb people are. The people that think that Trump got a big W by giving them $2,000. Like somehow they're actually getting $2,000, and that's a net positive. Those people, they're the dumbest people.
You kind of put it succinctly for me, though, as far as my feelings on the matter, when you said, I don't really. I don't really care that deeply about it or whatever,
Yeah.
so I'll just. And that's the thing. I genuinely don't really have very strong feelings about this topic, personally, myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, it's not really that important intrinsically. It's not intrinsically important other than in the sense of what you would call an existential worldview, right? Because there's a whole lot of different connotations to whether the Earth is flat or what Earth is a fucking ball in a fucking near infinite vacuum, exploded from the Big Bang and you evolved from fucking goo, right? Those two it's called cosmogonies. Those two cosmogonies have different ramifications on how maybe you should behave in life. One supports the solipsist nihilist worldview, the materialist atheist worldview, where nothing matters because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway, and we're all just going to be vaporized into fucking molecules, versus the Earth being a created place that's unique and not like any other. Now, if you think that Earth is just one of a million, infinite amount of specks, and you're an infinite speck on that speck, versus the Earth is a unique place, you're unique in all of reality and existence. This is a unique, only one of a kind experience. You're important. Your life is important. That's a totally different connotation, sociologically, politically, in every possible way you could think about, like how it should affect human behavior, because it's a fundamental thing. Where you are is fundamental. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see. I understand.
That's the only important part. Whether
Yeah.
flat or globe isn't important. Like the shape isn't really important. Just the connotations of one versus the other, really.
Right, because I'm not, I'm definitely not a nihilist. I'm very. I'm very into, everyone is unique. Everyone is, special. Everyone is created. I believe everyone is created.
Me too. But the thing is, the nihilist worldview couldn't even exist if 100% everybody on Earth knew 100% the Earth was flat. Nihilists couldn't even exist. There'd be no way they could support their ideology. It'd be impossible.
Yeah, it would completely wipe it out, because it would pretty much cement. It would cement purpose for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
India, did you mention that? Oh my goodness! Now it just freaking slipped my head. that they were like having discrepancies on whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Is that what you said? I kind of missed the first part.
Just now?
Yeah.
Well, we weren't talking anything like that.
No. Okay. You mentioned something about the shape of the Earth being.
Oh no, I said the shape of the Earth
a globe.
isn't really that important, whether it's sphere, globe, triangle, like what it actually is. It's the downstream connotations about that matter, right? The shit
It's the primary rung.
That.
I get what you're saying, but yeah, I just like.
This goes to the question you ask all the time too, SheepDog, where like, if the Earth's not curving, then what is it? They can't even entertain the idea for a second that the Earth would be flat, because then their mind will continue on the downstream connotations of that. So they don't even want to think about it for a second. Because if I said, hey, hypothetically, if I said to just a normal person, hey, hypothetically, just imagine that you live on a flat Earth. What would be the metaphysical consequences of that? That's fucking scary if you're a fucking hardcore atheist Goldberg.
Yeah. No, the thing I was going to hit on. The thing I was just going to hit on, the reason why I thought you were talking about like whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Like the thing that I always try to point out to people, and this is off topic, but I just wanted to throw this in there. When they're like, "Oh, it's not a perfect sphere; it's an oblate spheroid." Look, if the oblate spheroid is 7,000 pixels in diameter, and you're complaining about 26 pixels, I think you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, no, you're right. It absolutely has downfield connotations. And you were going to touch on that, Deb?
Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of things change whenever you realize it's flat. I mean, gravity goes out the window. NASA needs to refund us a lot of money. I mean, everything falls to the ground. That's what they're scared of, to be honest.
You know what happened for me? All of a sudden, I stopped imagining myself being somewhere that isn't reality. And this world itself became a lot more interesting. I started looking into like what the different plants of this world are capable of doing when it comes to interacting with animal, the animal side of things, right? Like when they eat it. Why do dogs eat grass when they eat it, or why do animals eat certain things when you don't know what's going on? Oh, it's because they were feeling this, and so they had to do this. What is it? A crow
there's natural remedies for everything on this planet for us. I mean, we don't need anything.
Yeah. No, a crow will go and...
Someone wrote a book about all different species of animals that eat certain things to get fucked up. There's something, it was like a 200 different species eat shit to get fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this too. But I was just going to say...
The dolphins and the puffer fish, dude.
Yeah.
You ever seen? Yeah, it's freaking crazy, bro.
They do it to get high.
I can't remember who told me this, but I think I remember hearing somewhere. It had to have been when I was in high school, so it was a while back. But someone, I think it might have even been one of my teachers, said that we actually know less about our own oceans than we do about space. And I was shocked.
That's correct, yeah. So, hey, I'm going to take the piss out of Shiva right now, SheepDog. Check this out. Now, our observation is dolphins playing with pufferfish. Now, according to Shiva, our hypothesis has to be in the form of a mathematical equation. So, what is a mathematical equation for dolphins playing with pufferfish? See how stupid that is, dude?
It's so stupid.
Maybe we could do a mathematical equation on why pigs can breathe out of their buttholes.
Oh, I saw that today. Jesus. Stop it, bro. Cut it out.
I couldn't believe it. This video come across my feed on Facebook.
Is that actually true? I couldn't watch it. I was
Yes.
afraid of what I see.
No, this lady was like, "Oh my God, I thought my pig was going to drown because he wouldn't lift his head up out of the water. And his face was like buried in this like kiddie pool and he would not lift his head up, but his butthole was above the water." And so he was apparently she found out that her pig can breathe out of his butthole. And so I looked it up, and yeah, some mammals can breathe out of their butthole.
Some mammals can exhale out of their buttholes only, though.
Count me in on that one.
There's a joke somewhere in there.
Oh, God.
So
Okay,
Globers
I'm
can
playing
probably
now.
breathe out of
We're
their
moving
buttholes.
on, dude. Fucking before this gets worse, fucking him play.
And the intro is that one RF emitter of that tower is focused direct in line with the horizon. The second is angled upward 6 degrees above that. They do this so that the plane's radar equipment can sense the signal strength of both. The pilot's primary flight display shows the results shown here in the circle of a process which is merely a comparison, constantly made by the aircraft receivers of the strength of those two radio frequency signals. When the received signals are the same strength, the primary flight display indicates that the craft is currently on the prescribed path of descent to the runway, typically a negative 3-degree slope, because as you see here, the midpoint between 0 angle from the bottom one and the 6-degree angle from the top one is 3 degrees. This slope is also called the glide slope. Airports, as a matter of safety, constantly update their local runway barometric pressure for the benefit of the pilot, in proper precise calibration of the altimeter on board the craft. This ensures the most accurate measurement of altitude during the test. So the objective is to fly a Cessna on a fixed altitude ILS intercept course, crossing the signal at either 20 or 90 nautical miles from the runway, and we are taking barometric altitude reading at the intercept point as well as a distance measurement using the ILS system hardware seen here. The approach and measurement can be made several times during a single flight in order to reduce the uncertainty. As you see here, the pilot will circle the approached runway multiple times. This figure is a representation of the approach pattern and distance for the CYVR airport in Vancouver, Canada. As shown here, choice of airport will critically depend on whether the approach path is completely over water. The pilot will file a visual flight rules plan. Those have no mandatory flight levels to maintain for an approach pattern which conveniently uses an airspace which is farther away and at a higher altitude than the avenue which is typically involved when ATC is setting up a standard runway approach routes to the airport. The pattern should be flown at a fixed altitude of 6,360 feet above runway altitude. In flying at a static altitude, we eliminate any delay in the altimeter's reading of altitude, thusly optimizing its accuracy. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only, I'm too far here. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only permit 100-foot altitude resolution, the duty to fly at the proper altitude will rest on the pilot's ability to manually maintain the proper altitude, because the pilot can still visually see increments in between. As you see here in the circle, this primary flight display's altimeter has a 20 feet resolution, but we can see the 10 feet in between of the 20. The independent variables, meaning the factors we control or change on purpose, are the speed of the craft, the altitude of the craft, and the angle of the beams from the ILS tower. The dependent variables, meaning the outcome we want to measure, are the alignment with the 3-degree angle and the distance to the ILS tower, both shown on the primary flight display. A more detailed description of the entire process will be handed as a method document, which the pilot will use both as a guide to the flight particulars as well as the data collection he will need to fill out. We will do a run-through of that at the end. Just a quick overview of what he needs to fill out. So the prediction is, as shown here, the Earth is flat when flying at an altitude of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude. The craft should intercept the glide slope at 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. If the Earth is convex, the craft should intercept the glide path at a point substantially closer, approximately 19 nautical miles to the tower. The math to that is the following. In the case of scenario A flat, we apply this sine function, opposite divided by hypotenuse, and solve for the opposite divided by vertical side, the opposite or vertical side. The sine.
Now, I want everyone to pay attention to how much detail he's laying out here compared to what McToon laid out. Now, McToon laid out a fucking very simple thing. Said we'll make a model to predict where the sun is. And she was like, yeah, great, awesome, cool. Now, this dude's up and he's laying out very detailed with specificity exactly the procedure for measuring, instruments used, independent variables, dependent variables, inputs, outputs, outcome, all the shit Shiva wanted. Now just watch what happens.
In function of that 3-degree angle applied to the distance of 20 nautical miles yields a vertical distance above the runway of 6,360 feet. Hence, a craft which flies an approach of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude should intercept the 3-degree angle at a distance of 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conversely, in the case of scenario B, the globe, the same sine function will yield conversely, the same sine function will yield the first vertical component of that distance of 6,042 feet. Add to that, due to the supposed globe's convexity, the value, which comes from the standard 8 inches per square miles, which is very accurate for up to 1,000 miles. The result is 318 feet. We obtain this value by applying the cosine of that same 3-degree angle in order to produce the x, or ground distance, component of 115,288 feet, or 21.83 miles. The total of these two components also yields a vertical sum distance of 6,360 feet to the ground from the craft. At this point, the craft should be 19 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conclusion: this experiment involves a use of a collection of hardware which has been utilized for decades, where lives are at stake in assistance to pilots of all kinds on approach to the runway, a process which makes use of a very necessarily precise light-based guided system. This method is easily replicable and repeatable. Replicable meaning multiple trials in one go, and it is as well repeatable at different locations and by different people. As the time it takes a Cessna to travel 1 nautical mile while flying at around 100 knots is approximately 36 seconds, there exists a rather large margin of separation between those two distance values. This method objectively serves to eliminate virtually all uncertainty in the distance measurement itself. Through sufficient replication by a number of pilots flying at a number of airports, all uncertainty can be completely eliminated. So, a video introduction I show now by a side-by-side animation which shows what the pilot will see in the PhD when on approach. The glide slope indicator involves a pink diamond, as we saw in the beginning, moving vertically on the gauge. When the diamond is in the center, that is the moment of interception of the 3-degree path. When the diamond is 1 dot above, the craft is intercepting the angle of 2.65 degrees. that is the point where the recordings of each approaches should begin. And we see the approach begin here. And you see the diamond here and there. The altitude is fixed. We let this run through to have this on camera, and I show just a quick summary of the file that the pilots will get. You see the nautical miles are different, and the angle starts at a different time. So I stop this and start the method. Wait for me to pull up to show you the method. It's just 5 points, 5 sentences in there. Method file is here. Screen share. Method. I don't see it. I will screen share the full screen. How do I do this? Full screen. Objections revised. Pull it up. Here. Section. Method is here. Okay. Screen share again. Workplace. Where can I screen share? Here. Full screen share. Full screen. Method document. Close the assistance here. So we see that we show the pilots that step 1, he chooses an airport. The entire approach must be over water. Step 2, which plan he needs to file. Step 3, check the weather conditions as we show in the document later. Use the meta source for that, which is a public source. Recorded parameters must include airport temperature, wind speed, wind direction, barometric pressure. We pretty much overthought that. It's of not so much importance, but we want to make sure the data set is very clear. Step 4, plan the recording. It's about the recording here before takeoff. Make sure that you put the camera stable in front of your PhD screen or help someone with assistance. Make sure that your altimeter is properly calibrated. And when you take off, begin the flight patterns we showed and try to repeat it as much as possible, but of course it's dependent on costs, and perhaps 5 or 6 passes should serve as adequate. To minimize the random error, you can do more, and then land and secure the craft. Use the camera also to make a screenshot of your file which you fill in, and forward all recordings to the author. And yes, so date and time, runway, ILS name. So this the ILS angle from this airport, the altitude, and then in 1 hour steps, 2 hours before the flight, 1 hour before the flight, what are the what is the data, temperature, wind direction, etc., all of that, relative humidity, visibility, and you get this from radio. You can just record that. It's not hard to get. Yes, that's it.
Right. So, so we have two experiments being proposed. One, so this experiment, Kevin, is you need an airplane, right?
Yes.
So not everyone can do, but those you have to somehow go get an airplane, and then you have to the airplane can make multiple advances towards the tower by circling, and each one of those will give a data point, right? Each time it circles back, right? All right. Okay. So maybe since you just finished, we'll ask, and then we'll go back to the globe earthers. Globe earthers, if you want to ask any questions about this, again, today is merely looking at the formulation of the hypothesis. So Kevin, in your case, you're saying that there's a formulation of the globe earthers. You've actually claimed that you formulated it, and then the flat earthers will have, and then you proposed an experiment. So any of the globe earthers have any questions that you want to raise?
I have some questions about the precision. So, Kevin, you listed off the variables you were going to capture, but I missed what I thought was probably going to be the most critical one, is the margin of error of the slope angle, and the margin of error of the second, the width of the beam, and third, the margin of error of the width of the beam.
The width of the beam is 0 degrees is the one. The second is 6 degrees, and because you have you check the interception point of those two beams, you can see the interception points, and it's in between. You measure the strength of both, and when they are at the same strength, you measure that multiply. It multiplies. I saw it on the. I showed it on the how the beams come out, but there is no because there are multiple lines which are on a line of those interception points. There is nothing out of that line. It cannot be out of that.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question. What is the margin of error of the slope of that beam? You say it's 3 degrees, but it's not exactly 3 degrees. It's 3 degrees plus or minus something. What is the margin of error, and how do we know that margin of error?
The slope angle is 3 degrees on most airports.
Plus or minus something. What is that plus or minus?
It's 1% based on 35 nautical miles, what we tried, but we are in less miles, the margin of error, and
Wait, hold on. Is he literally saying that, like, when you do a math measurement, geometry measurement, like, okay, you got a triangle and your slope is 3 degrees, your hypotenuse is 3 degrees or whatever. I kind of missed what he was saying, but there's a plus or minus in, like, the angle measurement for a triangle. Like, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, Sheepdog. I wasn't paying attention. I'm waiting for them to start talking about the Earth. So
This is the part that goes over my head, because I hated taking geometry, and it was my brain just does not agree.
I bet you wish you paid attention now, huh?
Well, it's one of those things, a lot of the arguments made on either side, it involves a lot of that stuff, and I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah, I get weirded out because they call it an experiment. More so, just it's really just a measurement. But I'm a little bit more aware that Matone is asking about this margin of error. It doesn't seem like, far as the distance of him taking this angle measurement, especially when he's talking about nautical miles, which is supposed to be parallel to statute miles. It don't seem like it's even far enough for him to even talk about a slope to begin with. And even if he's going to even put a slope in there, he was going to need a level in order to compare that slope to. Still not doing nothing with nautical miles at all. So I don't know where like Matune is trying to go with this. It's just basically still proving.
Well, that's not McToon is talking about. It was another guy that presented. Some German guy presented like the flight path of airplanes when they're getting ready to land on a runway, and how they take an angular measurement based off of a right angle triangle as they're coming into land, and they're trying to strawman this into a science experiment, and they're trying to be like, oh, well, what's your plus or minus? Like, bro, I didn't know you could have a plus or minus on a triangle. Like, I think it could be a 30, 60, 90, but it could be plus or minus 5 degrees. I don't know.
Say like it's some type of slope. But yeah, a triangle is a triangle. So I don't understand. Like that's what I was saying. It's kind of weird that Matone is talking about there's some type of plus or minus on. He's saying there's a margin of error. But
I don't.
You're gonna have to.
You missed the beginning opening statement. So this is all based on the scientific method for the geometry of the Earth. That's the title of this conversation.
This ain't science. So I don't know where he's going with that. There's no independent variable here. You don't have to talk about none of this. Like, it's geometry, math.
I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused when he's like, well, what's your margin of error? Margin of error on a triangle? On a 30-60 triangle? Like a right triangle? 2070? Like, what do you mean margin of error? Like, there's only one measurement, bro.
I literally think Platone is just an idiot. There's no margin of error in the measurement. This is like if I'm doing like anything a home improvement, you know, I mean, I'm taking a measurement. I mean, what would be the margin of error? I'm just taking a measurement. Like, I don't. Yeah, I think they make it confusing than what it have to be because they try to make it a science project when it's not. It's really just category error. It's really mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, measure twice, cut once, I guess, but like that's just because like people sometimes are lazy when they move across the measurement or whatever. So just be sure before you make that cut because you don't want to have no excuse for a piece later or whatever. So I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused. Like how are you? What's the margin of error you're going to do for a right triangle?
Right. I think Matthew just confused. I don't know.
No, he's not confused. I think he's sticking to the script of how they're going to make this a scientific method approach. Because that's what the whole thing is about, is like using the scientific method to determine whether the Earth is flat or round. That's basically what he said in his opening statement. Not McToon, but Dr. Shiva, the guy who's hosting it.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva, I don't know what he's talking about. There's no science here. I mean, he should know that. This is geometry. Plain and simple. So I just think Dr. Shiva just don't know what he's talking about. I mean, he went to school, right? So I mean, you can't say he really don't know what he's talking about. I just think he's not really too familiar with this topic because he should know the difference between mathematics and measurements and science.
Yeah, no. We'll try to get you a copy of the video. But man, he makes a whole bunch of fallacious reasoning in the beginning of the video. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play again for everybody. Keep moving forward. If anybody has anything to say, speak up. We'll try to pause it as quickly as possible. Okay.
There's still this 30 seconds time frame in between, more than 30-second time frame.
Okay, I'm sorry, you still didn't answer my question. What is the published margin of error of that angle of the glide slope?
It depends on the airport. Whatever airport you go, you have a different angle of the glide slope. You maybe don't understand the method.
No.
The method is...
What is the margin of error? Not the angle, the margin of error of the angle. I know that published glide slopes are 3 degrees or varying amounts of degrees, but what's the margin of error? Because at 20 nautical miles away, it's not going to be a pencil thin line. There's going to be a variation because the installation isn't absolutely precise. So we need to know, because at 20 nautical miles, any margin of error is going to be magnified when you're 20 nautical miles away. So what is the margin of error of the different airports you've looked at?
He's just making a claim, like he's not really explaining.
There's a idea that the
What's up, Ray?
Matone is just making a claim instead of like setting like an example of what he's not clarifying what he's talking about. He's just basically just making a claim saying, well, we know this, but I'm like, yeah, but you're not actually clarifying what you're talking about. Because I literally just think that Dr. Shiva just don't know what Matone is talking about.
Well, so Dr. Shiva apparently has like 4 doctorate degrees. Very intelligent guy. Like, I think he's got his degrees in healthcare, right? So, like,
he's got 4 engineering degrees, and apparently he said that engineers don't lie, scientists do.
Yeah, he got like 3 like chemical. He's like a chemical engineer. I know he got 3 chemical engineers. He was the one that tried to expose the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, he was one of them that tried to get out in front of that. But yeah, so that's pretty much what he's doing. He's strawmanning the flat Earth. The whole thing was basically meant to, like Indio said, it was to basically point out how crappy flat earthers are and how they don't know anything. But in doing so, he's using the scientific method incorrectly. He's basically putting it on a model and then using the scientific method on the model instead of like what we observe out in nature. So he's using the scientific method completely wrong. It doesn't even need to have science in certain aspects of the conversation, right? Can you do science with it? Yeah. I mean, there's observations people have done where there is science involved, where they change the temperature of the environment that they're in, or maybe increase the pressure or something like that. But again, that's like a different conversation. This is strictly a math thing. And this guy, I don't remember the name of the guy, the flat earther that's talking, but he did a good job pointing out that flights, when they're coming into land, they use a right angle triangle from 19 miles away, which is interesting.
That the beams can multiply outside, but it's not in our observation. So I don't see that there's a margin of error beyond 1%, what I mentioned. I don't...
But that's just a guess, right?
No,
you're just guessing 1%.
We tried that. It has to be absolutely precise. You cannot do it different because millions of dollars And lives
No, hold on a
depend.
second. No, yeah,
Billions
yeah.
of dollars
They don't.
depend on, and lives depend on how the airplane descends. So you cannot
You're
say
correct, but
it's one degree more or less.
Kevin, if that glide slope is 3.1 degrees, the plane will still land just fine. And if the glide slope is 2.9 degrees, the plane will land just fine. So there isn't a security or not a security. Hold on just a second. I'm not done talking.
Okay.
There isn't a safety problem if there is a 1/10 of a degree or a 2/10 of a degree margin of error. The plane will still land just fine. And then the second thing is, what is the width
It's not
of
about
that
landing.
beam?
Sorry, it's not about landing. You ask a question, but we are not landing the plane, and it's not about if the plane lands fine. The plane will be at an static altitude, and we have the sine function. It's math. And we are not landing the plane. It will land fine, okay, 2 meters above or below what it's expected, but we are not landing the plane. We are looking.
Yeah, I didn't claim that.
You said the plane will just land twice.
So gentlemen, let me just jump in here for the audience here. I just did a very simple. I think this is what Kevin you're bringing up. Let's say that center line is that 3-degree line. Okay.
It depends on the airport. Most airports have 3 degrees. You can.
Well, let me finish, Kevin. You got to stop when someone.
But you asked the question if it's 3 degrees. It's not always 3 degrees. It can be 2.9 on some airport, but it's then.
So let me just finish. That's what we understand. Your experiment proposes 3 degrees, and in science, if you've used any instruments for measuring anything, typically the company that provides you that instrument will provide you a plus or minus margin of error. If you've done a measurement of any kind of thing, so if that center line is your 3 degree, which is what you're formulating, it could be above or below based on error. It's essentially in a cone, right? It's essentially a region. That is not going to change the nature of the airplane landing safely. However, I think the issue is that can have a significant impact based on the margin of error on the calculation.
Yes, but it's in.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Please. Okay. So the question is, are you aware of what because you're using instruments to measure this? Are you aware what the margin of error is? Because if the margin of error varies, that's going to you have to put that into your hypothesis, and that's going to affect the output, which is going to affect whether the Earth is flat or round, and you're essentially introduced something.
Is this guy the moderator?
Dr. Shiva is, yeah.
Why is he making the argument for Matone?
I have no idea. This is how it always goes per the globe side when a globe earther moderates.
Why is he making an argument for Matone? Because Matone couldn't even explain it. And then him and Matone is talking about two totally different things when they're talking about margin of error. So he's making instead of letting the guy answer his own question. It's not the guy's fault that Matone don't know what he's really talking about.
No, I don't disagree, man. I think the guy made a very valid argument. Were you here for McToon's argument?
No. Yeah, I just heard the guy presentation. I mean, I guess his name is. I heard his presentation, and it seemed like he was spot on. Besides the fact that he attempted to say that it was a science, it was some type of experiment with a hypothesis, but it seemed like he was just basically talking about geometry. He was basically saying, "Hey, this is how planes utilize right-angle triangles in nautical miles and statute miles in order to land planes." I don't know where they coming with the margin of error. It seemed like the only thing that they're talking about with margin of errors would be more factored in pitch data, but in this, you don't need that.
Yeah, no, and if you had been here in the beginning, not that it's your fault, man, I'm just letting you know. McToon didn't even make a 2-minute long argument. Maybe it was 2.5 minutes at most. And Dr. Shiva didn't even ask any questions, just moved right on to the flat earther. The whole idea was that to create a model for McToon, create a model for the location of the sun based off the rotation of the Earth, and based on your time, the sun should be in a specific location. That was his argument.
So Mattoon should be the one explaining those details, because that burden is on Mattoon to prove that the Earth is rotating, and that burden is on Mattoon to prove that the Earth is a globe in this first place. So Mattoon shouldn't be having no 2-minute presentations whatsoever. I mean, it seems like this guy's talking longer than Mattoon is.
He is, and he was very detailed, and I appreciate what he brought to the conversation, because you can tell he read into it, and he has a good understanding about just this portion of the flight, and like how it's at its distance, this is the triangle that it makes.
Inconclusive, up a priori. So the issue is, do you know the margin of error? I think that's Mike's question.
Yes, and I answered him twice. He can look it up. 1%, 35 nautical miles away, and this will not affect this experiment. You can still would have 30 seconds of change of both predictions. The vertical margin of error was measured at 1% of the vertical height, and you are in between. The experiment still works very well for both.
But you haven't done the experiment, so you don't know if it's going to work.
There's something similar where happened, like pilots observed their.
Yeah, but time out. Again, this is, in science, you have to do the specific experiment using the specific. If you did something else, that's not this experiment. So we want to talk about this experiment. Has this experiment been done? This exact experiment? Okay, so this is a proposal. That's great. But the issue is, if you work out the math in your equation, this is just some feedback to you, you're going to have to include that margin of error, because that margin of error is going to affect the output.
Yes, it is 1/5 of the difference. And it is, yes.
I have I can show a little more detail maybe for the audience if I can share my screen here. I have it up.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. You can. I think you can share.
Yeah, I'm sharing it right now.
We don't see it.
You have to select on your tab at the top of the screen. You should see that my presentation is being shared.
Does everyone see it? Oh,
Dan says he sees it. Okay.
I don't see it for some reason. Is it being broadcast to everyone? Let me see if it's being broadcast.
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, okay.
Okay. They see it on YouTube. Okay.
Okay, they do. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So here's an approach for an airport in Denver, Colorado. And down at the bottom here, it shows the exact same thing that he's talking about. This is the ILS slope there. And it's got those the gray borders around it, above and below. And that's showing the margin of error of the width of the beam, not the margin of error of the glide slope. The glide slope margin of error is not stated in here. And this is the same for every airport. Here's another airport, another airport, another airport. All of these have that gray top and bottom to the glide slope. You see that there? And so that's showing that the glide slope isn't an exact 3 degrees. It's a broader angle. And so here's a diagram that I put together showing that, you've got this in the middle here. This middle slope is showing the exact 3 degrees, but based on an approximation of 0.7 degrees, which is what I get as when I've done some research on what is a potential average value, but we'd need to get the exact value for any particular experiment we did. But you can see here, when the airplane maintaining constant elevation will enter into that cone at 26.1 nautical miles in this example, be in the center of the beam at 20 nautical miles, but there's no way to measure that directly, and then exit that at 16.2 nautical miles. Now, this is my my computation for flat Earth, and my computation for the globe here is similar. It's just a slight different one, and it enters in at a different point based on the two models. Now, here's the problem. Here's those two overlaid, and you can see there is a different intercept based on globe, this curving one, which is exaggerated. Don't take that to mean exactly what it is. The horizontal scale is not to scale with the vertical. And then the intercept here for flat Earth is on the top there, and it's a different width, different entry point. But the problem is now, if you don't know the glide slope margin of error of the center, you get this. The center is that, but you actually can't measure when you're at the center very well. You can measure when you enter and measure when you exit that beam. And so what actually happens is this is just looking at the glide slope margin of error, the unknown margin of error. Kevin doesn't know it.
No, it's not the margin of error. You're showing something wrong. The gray section was merely showing the 0.35 spread, degree spread, and the pilot expects this to see on his gauge.
Exactly.
It's not showing,
so it's not
but it's
possible.
not showing error margin.
Yeah, so it's not possible to measure precisely the kind of precision that you want.
23%.
This is just a second. I'm still talking. This is just a visualization of the margin of error of the glide slope. Now, if we add in the unknown width of the beam, because we're just guessing at 0.7, then this in big boundary here gets even larger. So there's no way to differentiate exactly precisely when you enter and when you exit and get to the center of that beam. There's no method to do that.
Why this is 23% error margin you propose is preposterous. You couldn't land any plane with this.
Oh, you can easily land the plane with that. You see down at the bottom left of this where they converge. So no matter what, you'll get to the runway at the right elevation, because the margin of error shrinks as you get closer to the runway. So when you're out 20 nautical miles, it's fine to have a really wide beam, no problem for safety at all, and any pilot can land the plane just fine, and then they get guided down, and that gets tighter and tighter as you get close. But you're not proposing to be close. You're proposing to be 20 nautical miles out, where you do not know the margin of error of the angle or the beam width.
But it's not 23% as you propose.
I don't know where you're getting 23%.
You even show
I just drew random. I didn't put any numbers in here.
You have showed.
Oh, the 0.7. Yeah, the 0.7 is what I got doing research. Yeah, but so if you had any documentation of the width of the beam, then that would be useful. But I've not been able to find any hard documentation, because, like I showed, these different airports, they don't document
and exaggerate it like
exactly crazy. You can't 100%. You can't approximate, and so you would need to provide, and we don't have that. When we look at the documentation that airports have, there is no documentation that I found of precise beam width. They just have this rough gray area here around it.
Radio frequency, it's in a very low frequency. I can look it up for next time. Never mind. I can look up how the lower the frequency, the stronger it is, and the less it diverts. So I will look up the exact value, but we were in what we looked up was 1%, and your 23% were not in any way.
Kevin, if you're talking about beam divergence, it has less to do with the frequency and more has to do with the antenna design. Also, in your presentation, you said that you were measuring the distance off the ILS system. Is that using the DME system within ILS?
Which system?
How are you measuring the distance, the glide slope distance, from the plane to the airport?
Yeah, you have it in your, I showed it on the bottom left. It shows on the primary flight display.
Right. So okay. So So because you don't know, that system's called DME. It's part of the ILS system, but it's a separate system entirely from it. Do you know what the margin of error is for the DME system for just random airports as far as the range difference?
Dr. Shiva again talking?
Okay, so it's 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles. So when you add just that error margin into a 1 nautical mile difference from your, not even discussing Mike's idea about the beam width, just the measure of the distance, your now margin of error has taken your 1 mile and taken it to possibly half a nautical mile.
It's near zero. Say again your numbers. It is in 20 nautical miles.
You said there's a mile difference between when we enter,
Nautical mile,
it's globe or whatever. There is a half nautical mile margin of error for the DME system that measures the distance.
Show me the reference. I don't believe this. It's the error margin is near zero. If you had half a mile error distance, again,
because your distance isn't necessary to land, the glide slope is. So your distance could be off by half a nautical mile because where the DME is located and where the transmitting antenna is located on the airport is going to affect what the DME measurement is. And a DME measurement measures the glide slope length, not the overland length.
Fine. Oh, but
so those two systems, so anywhere from 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles on the high end, you've now taken your margin of error of 1 nautical mile between the globe and the flat Earth and made it half a nautical mile. And that's before you can even address the beam width issues that are expanded upon at 20 nautical miles away from the airport.
With that, we're exaggerated. We can show this. We will look for the reference, but even if it's half nautical miles, the error there with the distance, the experiment is still valid. You could still
wait, Kevin. Let me just step in here just to explain to the audience. There in science, when you do measurements, there's something called margin of error. Okay, so you take a measurement and you think something's 1 inch, and if the margin of error is half an inch, that means it could be 1.5 or 0.75. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you cannot come up with some numbers.
Wait. No one's coming up with any numbers. Stop.
Yeah, 0.5 miles.
No. Stop. Don't interrupt. You kept saying Mike was coming up with 23%. He didn't say that. So take that off the map because I don't want that to be perfectly.
I showed them off. I showed them off.
He never said 23%.
It showed 0.7.
No, he said that the beam width, he gave an example. The bottom line is, so let's be clear, because what I've seen happen is people are taking words and then say, he said this. It's not what he said. Okay? So let's stop it right there. That's not science. That's called bullshit. So let's stop it. He didn't say that. What he is bringing up in a very rational way is a concept of margin of error. If you don't know the margin of error, any measurements you make thereafter are subject to being highly dubious. Okay? Or you have to incorporate that into your hypothesis. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all we're saying. So in order to do that, Dan is saying the DME, he knows as an expert in the field, and you should go do it independently, is half a nautical mile.
I haven't shown any reference. It's 20 miles. Don't believe this. 100 miles maybe.
Wait. So where do you have the reference that what he's saying is false?
Because I saw some tests from 10 miles.
No. Wait. Stop. In science, there's something called a citation. You have to give a reference. So if you don't have the reference, don't say he said something.
Yeah, he didn't show reference.
Dave Flat Earth said something.
He didn't show reference. Exactly, no. He didn't show reference.
Okay, let's define reference. A reference is a reputable source where someone's done the experiment and it's being used. So I think what's outstanding is Dave has proposed here that he has a reference. Okay.
I'd like to see.
Okay, but you don't have that reference right now. So you can leave it as an unknown. Agreed? It's an unknown variable in your area. And perhaps you and he should connect offline. But in our white paper, we're going to say the margin of error is not known for your measurement.
Yeah, no worries. It's two
right.
researchers.
So just got it. So Kevin, just so you're aware, It's an ICAO standard of 0.25 nautical miles plus 1.25% of the distance being measured. So I gave you the benefit of the doubt by just saying 0.5 at the high end. So if you want to do the actual math of it and everything else, the operational accuracy is a half mile or 3% of the distance, whichever is greater. And that's reliable up to almost 199 nautical miles. And that's from the ICAO.
So, Dan, why don't you send that reference over? I think
I'll send it over right now.
That the landing of an airplane using the glide path can happen very safely and securely. That's independent of measuring something in that range that we're talking about concerning the Earth being flat around, okay? One is a measurement issue. The other is a plane landing safely. And I think Mike's point is when you're 26 miles away, you're in some region, but as you get closer, you're always going to be able to land the plane. But in your experiment, you're proposing that you have to measure this at 26 miles, which is a significant distance away.
So just a quick, my observation on this, he's strawmanning the hell out of it, right? Like the whole thing isn't about landing the plane. The whole thing is about being in a, like a level pattern above the Earth at a specific altitude as they get ready to engage with the beam. And that location becomes a right triangle once they engage with the beam and start their descent. If anybody disagrees with me on my understanding of this, please speak up, because I'm learning more and more about this particular thing as the discussion goes on. Seems like the guy that did this, Kevin, did his due diligence, but now he's being picked apart by 3 different people.
Yeah, it seemed like it's 3 different people, and they all saying something kind of different. It sound like what they're saying. It sound like they're on the same page, but if you really listen to what they're all saying, it's kind of they basically all making different arguments. So they scattergunning them. Number one, and then even the guy even admitted it in the last part of what he was saying. He was saying that, well, Matone is making an argument based on the plane not land. You will still be able to land the plane. So Matone is strawmanning them by saying that the guy is saying that he won't be able to land the plane correctly. And then the other guy is saying that he's incorrect because he don't have a reference. So therefore he's making an unknown claim since he's making a claim of science, which is this is not science. It's a category error. It's mathematics. And then there's a third argument with another guy that's basically saying that he's incorrect because he gave him the benefit of the doubt, I guess, of some reference that he made a claim of. But like you said, I didn't hear him earlier. So, but they're not really letting
one of them was saying that because he doesn't understand the names of the systems being used, and he's using the abbreviations, right? He's not even using the actual name of the system. He used the abbreviation to get him to like, well, what do you mean? And oh, so you don't know, right? Like that was one of the arguments that I was hearing.
And it's like, well, they're not really letting the guy really explain. He do know, so like so that he say one sentence. I mean, you're really not hearing what Kevin's saying right now. So they let him. They heard like a little bit of his presentation, and now they just jumping on the guy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they even get to McToon's argument. Supposedly, also, there's because of the situation where people are not experts in their field, whatever they misunderstand or unable to give evidence for, in today, they have like a week to use basically what he said was an open book source where you can do any kind of search, Google, ChatGPT, Grok, whatever, and help create an argument with references that will lend credence to your argument. Another strong.
I think that's really fair because if the guy is arguing against the mainstream,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're running
if
uphill in ice.
if he's making an argument and he's going against a narrative of the mainstream, I mean, where is he going to find looking through the mainstream media in the first place? So,
No, I agree.
against Christianity, why I'm gonna pick up the New Testament to prove something that I don't agree with in the Christianity. I mean, the only thing I could do is just show a reference point that I don't agree with, you know.
Right.
Or if I don't believe in something in Scientology, why would I go? Like, oh, find me, go to the Scientology book. Like, why would I go there? Like, I'm just going to point out something in nature that doesn't make sense, you know. So, I mean, we could go basic fundamentals of measurements and geometry.
No, it's the Yui Hartler.
Okay. If I have to.
What's up? What's up, Kingsley?
I think he was hot micing. But yeah, but I was
he
just
was in here before, but go ahead.
yeah, but man, that's kind of like, you know, that's kind of like not fair what they doing with him on that point. That's all I was saying.
No, you're right, and I
They say
mean,
that somebody else said something. I don't know, somebody named Mike or somebody. They tried to say that he said that Mike said something, and I don't know.
you missed like maybe 20 minutes before you started, because like you came in right when Kevin was starting his thing, right?
And then like when Kevin was making like probably like the middle part of his presentation, right before I interrupted him.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. So, oh wow. So you came in at the end of his presentation, and then yeah, like if you listen to how everything opened up from the beginning, and then what Kevin presented, you'd be like, oh damn, dude, like he actually put some effort into this, and so kudos to him. There was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but and Indio said that originally it was supposed to be a 6-on-6, but they were strawmanning everything out of the gate, and it's a long story. But there was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but after sitting in the room with everybody, he realized that the other two flat earthers may be um, be- believing in things that they can't back up with real world observations, and so he backed out at the last minute. Um, so you know, I don't know the whole story, but I'll say this just to be objective. If that is the case, kudos to him for recognizing a trap and seeing it. Like I got to give Kevin his dues. He's making he's holding his own. But you know, if this whole thing was a straw man to make flat earthers look like the problem, then kudos for him for backing out at the last second.
All of these are like that with McToon. McToon's never going to agree to record something and put it on the internet if he's not going to win the argument.
Oh yeah, and like Indio said that Dr. Shiva was talking about these things prior to McToon even getting involved, but I think McToon's been involved a lot longer than what we're being told, or maybe somebody else put Dr. Shiva on, and then that's kind of like in McToon's circle, and so that's where we're at. But Dr. Shiva definitely understands this a little bit too well. Anyway, see, Planet Truth. Initially, they were going to have PhDs there against the flat earthers, but then McToon obviously contacted Shiva and told him even a baby flirt could destroy a PhD. Oh yeah, that was right. McToon did say that in a debate. Flat earthers can destroy PhDs. That's what McToon said. So they ended up getting anti-flat earthers instead. Shiva is arrogant, but not a complete idiot. I agree. I agree.
I don't understand what having a PhD matters. I mean, it's Globers that don't pay for PhDs that believe something, and it's a PhD that paid all this money for his education to believe something, believe the same thing.
Well, PhDs generally are well read, and they typically have a higher capacity for retention. So I give them that credit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put it back on play.
Between a PhD is just, I mean, and an anti-flat earther is that an anti-flat earthers have his own rhetoric, and they easy to lie within a debate and straw man you. They good with debate tactics. Where just a PhD is just gonna just go over what he's already studied. He's gonna come with the mainstream narrative, and he's just gonna repeat what he learned in college. I mean, you probably would get a more honest conversation with a PhD than an anti-flat earther, because a PhD will school an anti-flat earther more on a mainstream rhetoric than an anti-flat earther teaching a PhD. So it's not like an anti-flat earther is smarter than a PhD. It's just that a PhD is more honest. Like if you read a book, like say it's like if you going over a topic with a PhD and you read the topic, pretty much the PhD is only going to talk about that topic and how it's actually been written in a textbook or how it's actually been studied. Where if you talk to an anti-flat earther, he'll probably try to gaslight you into believing something and come up with his own narrative to win a debate.
Yeah, but what if you talk to a PhD and you tell them something they didn't think of before, and then they realize they wasted all their time and all their money going to school to learn something that's a lie? Don't you think they're going to be a little bit biased? I mean, I would.
There's
PhDs that have changed their minds, so
yeah, they're gonna be. But for the most part, they only going to go off of what they read. Where anti-flat earther is going to make up some other thing. They're going to try to spin it in a way where they're trying to win the argument. Like a flat earther could even show them something in their own textbook and use it as a hostile witness against them. And then the anti-flat earther will go, "Oh, well, no, you're wrong anyway." Like everything that the flat earther would say is wrong, even though you're using their own education against them as a hostile witness. Where a PhD would be like, "Oh, well, that's correct, but it also says this in the textbook," or something of that nature. And you have to point out, well, why it's wrong or why you disagree with it. And then that would probably force a PhD to actually think about it in reality and be like, "Oh, well, maybe this is wrong," or something. Or maybe you just say, "Well, it says it. I'm just going to believe it because I went to school for 8-10 years studying about it. So what do you know?" Well, the anti-flat earther would just say, "Well, you're wrong. It doesn't say that. It says this. It doesn't mean this. It means this."
Yeah, I agree with Joe on the anti-flat earther. But the PhDs, yeah, there's some out there that will be honest and they'll realize that they missed something there. But then there's some that are like, they spent so much time, so much money on their education. They want to hold themselves higher than you.
Yeah, I think they're smart, arrogant. They all gonna think they're smarter than you.
But at the end of the day, it's a pissing contest, right? Like you gotta figure they went to school for such a long time, and then like as they were graduating, right? Like even after they graduated, they went through a phase where like they went through a mentorship and they were told like you have to be arrogant. You can't let anybody take your PhD from you. You have to stand on it, right? And then it becomes like a marketing tool more than anything else. At the end
Sounds like religion.
It's sales. That's all it is. It's sales.
Yeah,
They're
it is
selling you on the idea that they know something you don't.
yeah, it is a marketing tool. I mean, school, college is a business.
Oh yeah.
Degrees is a marketing tool.
And it's not cheap.
Nope, no sir. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push play for a little bit. Let's see. I'm not sure how much is left. Wish there was a timer on this.
And as you get farther away, if the margin of error, whatever that margin of error is going to significantly affect your delta, or whatever your delta H, the height. Is that the point you made, Mike?
Yeah, the entry point when the plane is coming in at that same elevation, they'll get into the entry point where you'll start where the instrument will say you're in the zone earlier than right at the center of the beam, because if it was just at that very center, if it was super pencil thin, you'd hit that and then instantly you'd be past it. The pilot needs to know when they enter it, give them time to adjust the plane to decrease elevation so that they can stay within that zone. If it's pencil thin, they'd be past it and they wouldn't know.
Yeah. So I think the outstanding piece in that experiment, or let's put it this way, so you don't take this personally, in your model, the margin of error must be included.
Real quick, when they talk about this beam, and they're talking about elevation from what?
Obviously from the baseline.
Yep. So they're talking about an elevation angle.
Yep.
And the beam.
Never mind the was it the 29 miles or 19 miles that the plane is away when it catches the beam, right?
Right, but the purpose of them catching the beam is for the plane to land, right?
Well, so the beam doesn't land them. They just have to, like, have you ever played a piloting game? Like, you have to stay within the tolerance level as you're landing, and if you're above it or below it, it beeps at you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But that is to make sure the plane is level when you land it.
It's to make sure you're taking the correct angle, because if too steep or too shallow, you'll overshoot the runway. Too steep, you'll come in hard and crash.
Yeah, you come in hard and crash. But you still have to.
That's why Kevin made the argument at the beginning when McToon tried to get in on him. I'll just say this real quick. McToon tried to get in on him early, and Kevin was like, bro, there's millions of dollars and hundreds of people's lives at stake. They can't afford to make a mistake of any margin of error.
Yeah. Because Matone is making like, oh, well, it's never precise. But landing a plane is, you definitely have to be like, I don't get what Matone is trying to say here. Matone is trying to say like it's never precise. There is a margin of error. You will be in error. The margin of error means that you are in error. There's just a certain average of error that you're going to be. Like, no, the purpose of the beam is for you to have the correct angle to land a plane, and you have to have the correct pitch as well. So I don't know where Matone is getting that. Matone will have to show where he's getting that from. That's what I would have asked him. Like, you have to show where the plane, you could just land the plane at an average of incorrectly, because that's what you mean when you say error. Error means it's incorrect. That means the angle is not accurate and it's not correct. That's what error means. So what do you margin of error?
With all due respect, dude, I'm not too sure how significant this point that you're making is. Okay, because it's one thing to have a three degree descent, right? But does 2.999998 degree of a descent make that much of a difference? Because technically speaking, you're right. There's an error there. There's an error there hang on. Let me finish my sentence, please. Right?
Let me finish. You cut me. Hold on. You cut me off.
I thought you were done though. Go ahead. If you weren't done, please go ahead.
You cut me off. You guys are making a point of saying a margin of error as if you're not supposed to be precise when you are landing a plane in descent. And the beam is utilized for what? Is it utilized for you to still be in error while you land in a plane?
By a certain amount, that's the argument. So precision, right, is just by how much you are off by anything, right?
It's just
you take a ruler or whatnot. Look, if you weren't done, please don't let me interrupt you. I thought you were done, so I wanted to just throw this point in here. But if you guys had some more to go on, please do.
Don't cry about it. Make your point. But there is no argument.
So I can speak then. Okay, I thought you were going to go ahead then. But I'll go. Okay. The point is, dude, yeah, there technically can be an error. This is what precision is all about. So when they're asking about how much allowance can there be, this is not a statement of we're obviously in the wrong or we're making a mistake because we're off by so much of an amount. Okay, it's highlighting that we're always off because in that entire sort of environment, right? You're out in the plane. There's ups and downs. There's all sorts of things. How much is that? Is there an allowance for that to allow while maintaining our numbers being within the bounds that we can expect? That's all it is.
Okay. Did you hear the first point that we made? Right. When you're landing the plane, you have to be at a correct angle while you landing the plane. You can't be too steep. That is the purpose of the beam in the first place. If you're below the beam, you come in, you descending, you're going too steep. You may crash, or if you're too high, or you're too high up above that angle, which means the pitch is too far up, you're going to fly past the runway.
Well, I'm going to add this in real quick. I tagged 20 Cup, but if you need me to tag you, I can. So there was when I did a Google search, it said signal integrity. The ground equipment is designed and maintained to strict International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and Federal Aviation Administration, FAA standards. For the ground equipment, the glide path angle must be adjusted to maintain a tolerance of 0.075 times the nominal glide slope angle. Example, for a 3-degree glide slope, the tolerance is plus or minus 0.225 degrees.
Perfect.
And then the point that I'm making is that it's a null point anyway, because none of that invokes a globe in this first instance. You're still measuring, you're still doing geometry, measuring angles, flying horizontal on a runway.
No, you're right. And I just want to make the statement real quick that the 0.225 degrees plus or minus, that's where the pilot's judgment comes into play. That's why they remove the computer error malfunction, and the pilot has to land the plane going into the landing. So again, it's not significant enough to throw a pilot into turmoil and say, "Oh my God, I can't land a plane."
Of course not. Or it wouldn't seem like that to me. Absolutely, yeah. So technically speaking, anywhere plus or minus 0.225 degrees, if they're within that range, they're doing it correctly. There's it's off by 2.225 degrees, or 0.225 degrees. So you can argue, oh, well, they're in error by plus or minus 0.225 degrees, but it's tolerable, right? That's all I wanted to get at, because the term, it makes it so strict, that insinuating that they can't deviate by 3 degrees at all, otherwise they're, quote, in error. It's like, that's why it's called a margin that's acceptable. That's all he was trying to point out. I'm not saying that the argument was very valid or was of any value on their side by going into this. There's probably more that we can speak of. I don't want to tangent off.
You understand what he was trying to do? That they're flying the plane at a set elevation, and when they get into the glide slope, they're going to measure the distance to the airport.
Yeah.
The globe distance is one thing, the flat Earth distance is another. And what the bitch was is that the device is not precise enough to measure the distance.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So
and his citation was just nothing. Like the citation was an actual, like, hey, here's the equipment manufacturer says this is it. No, it was like some fucking goddamn manual, or not even a manual, like a, I don't know, I have to pull it up, dude, but it was garbage. It was absolute garbage for a citation. It's not an acceptable citation. If you're going to talk about the limitations of equipment, you need to know what the, like, why is, like, what is the hardware or software reason that it's that precise? Is it because the wavelength? Is the precision based upon that? Because, say, you have 1 meter wavelength, that's the maximum resolution you can actually get, right? So, is 1 meter, right? You can only be precise within 1 meter at a 1 meter wavelength. Like, obviously, you can't have sub wavelength measurements. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that citation was just like garbage, like from a brochure or something. I find it very hard that they can't measure a distance within 0.6. Was it 0.6 of a mile or 0.6 kilometers? Do you remember which one they said it was?
Yeah, I think it was a mile.
To me, I don't know, maybe I missed this. They got really far away from that part of the conversation, and they're now focusing on, like, basically what he does not know about FAA guidelines.
He became the topic. He became the topic, dude.
I remember that. They were digging into him like it was like the main show.
That was the show. That was the main show. Kate, I don't know why you guys that was the show. This show, there was one flat earther, 2 globe earthers, one obviously anti-flat earther for one of the globe earthers, and Shiva, who's pretending to be a globe earther, or pretending to be neutral, which he's obviously not, right? Who's making running commentary, disparaging comments, baseless fucking claims, making up his own bullshit definitions, didn't do what he said he was going to do in the first place with 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers, flying them out to Cambridge. He didn't do any of that shit. Didn't have an ethics declaration. Didn't fucking have everybody in a room on it with a fucking whiteboard. He didn't do anything he said he was going to do. The whole purpose of that is it's the same thing. It's literally the same Duffy shtick. It's what all these guys do. Yeah. I'm going to have something. I'm going to invite flat earthers. And when the flat earthers join, I am going to make them a spectacle.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to make a spectacle out of them. And that's it. That's the whole purpose.
And yeah, because I thought, like, Dr. Shiva was one of the participants.
No, he's the one putting it on. He's supposed to be the neutral benefactor of the whole thing. So, Reg Joe, he had a interview with Dave. With Dave, he said, I'm going to have all the participants sign an ethics statement, an ethics declaration, saying they're not going to lie or do all sorts of stuff. I posted to Shiva on X. Are you going to sign the declaration, the ethics declaration that the people participating have to sign? He blocked me.
Right.
He blocked me as soon as I posted that shit. That should tell you everything.
That should tell you everything. Yeah, these guys do the same thing over and over again. And it's funny, Mattoon is always in the middle of it.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, how does this dude end up injecting himself into everything?
Yeah, I noticed earlier on, I only watched maybe about 10 minutes before they started getting into the presentations, right? And maybe about 20 minutes or 30 minutes worth of that Kevin dude's presentation. I didn't watch the rest.
They only analyzed his. McToon said, we'll just do an observation of the sun.
Yeah.
And Shiva was like, yeah, that would be super easy. Yeah. And that was it. That was the debate about that. That was over. And then the other dude said what he was going to do. That was not analyzed at all. She was just like, yep, we'll just go with that. But Kevin Kevin's was hyper analyzed.
I saw that was the first. That shit stuck out like a sore thumb to me, man. I was like, I asked myself, did they? Was it because they didn't grant time to scrutinize any of any of their points, or maybe it was delayed or delegated to later on, or just because nobody stood up to ask any questions that there wasn't any? I wasn't sure about that. Like if you guys saw the whole thing, maybe you can confirm.
The part?
Yeah, where he's like, "Oh, you just take an angle to the sun, and somebody else will take another."
He didn't even have He didn't even have the model or anything. Well, we'll make a model where you can look. You can use a webcam, and you can look at the azimuth and elevation angle of the sun, and from anywhere on Earth. Oh man, that sounds great.
Yeah,
that's it. Dude. That's trash, dude. That's trash.
It was like 2 minutes. It was like 2 minutes, and she was like, "Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you very much," and moves on. I was like, "What? No questions? Like, does nobody have any questions, or are they not allowing for it?" Like, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe they would open that up later on.
Who gave the most detailed presentation?
Kevin.
Yeah. Who got the most?
Kevin by far.
Kevin.
So I'm not even gonna lie. Like when I heard the thing, I just thought it was an opening statement, and then when they started laying into Kevin, I'm like, wait. I thought we were just like giving like a brief overlay of what was going on, and then once everybody got their thing out, then we would have the discussion, right?
That's what I thought. I thought everybody was going to present their thing on the table, what they wanted to do, and then they were going to go through them, which ones were feasible, which ones weren't, like how much time they would take, how much time they would cost, right? You get all because that's usually how you do it, right? You get all the proposals, and then you weed out the proposals, right? You go through each proposal one by one and critique them and analyze them, get cost benefits, whether it's dispositive of flat Earth versus globe. Because the McToon one and the other guys wanted or not, as soon as he said fucking there can be ducting, that means if he doesn't get a radar horizon, he can just say there's ducting. Right?
Yeah.
So you can't disprove the globe in his paradigm because he said there can be ducting. Right. Okay. So you think the radar horizon is supposed to be 30 miles. Okay. You got a detection at 100 miles. Well, that could be ducting. So when we measure no radar horizon, the blockage you say is there. Now you're going to invoke a special pleading weather condition that somehow allows the globe to be flat.
Yeah, it sounds like the fucking RF
Same thing every time, dude. It's
refraction.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's refraction in UHF, right? And he's like, there'd be no radar, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. Well, the horizon's not physical, and the properties that make a visual horizon on a flat Earth are the same things that would make a radio horizon on a globe. And because the wavelengths are longer, it's going to be further away. Because when you have, like, say the wavelength in UHF is like 1 meter to frickin' 100 meters between the wave peaks. So that's your resolution, depending on whatever the wavelength you're using. Visible light's in the nanometer wavelength. Right? Yeah. So if you do the simple formula for diffraction, the diffraction limit, the Rayleigh criteria, and you plug in the wavelength, okay, obviously you're going to have a horizon at a longer wavelength farther away. It's super simple, but he thinks the horizon, radar horizon, is a physical globe horizon. But within radar itself, right? They have subrefraction, they have refraction, they have super refraction, they have ducting, right? So no matter what your radio condition is, they have a meteorological condition that. So you start with the globe. Right? Earth's a globe. And then if it goes 30 miles when it's supposed to go 10 miles, you have super refraction. If it goes 5 miles when it's supposed to go 20 miles, you have subrefraction. You don't really know if you do, but it has to be there because, Earth's a globe. And there has to be a weather condition that's stopping the radar from traveling. Because it can't be Earth curve, so it has to be something else. So we'll just invent a meteorological condition.
Like I said, I commend this dude for like putting together a very nice presentation at the beginning before I got interrupted.
I was gonna say, AKA circular reasoning.
Exactly. It's all it is. Globular reason, spherical reasoning, infinite circles.
Do you think anybody made any money off this? Like any of the people that are in this debate or the channel?
For sure.
Okay. Like,
if
step outside. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I'm going to speculate. I don't want to speculate.
The Shiva's channel, ain't it?
Yeah, McToon always has fools who will give him money.
McToon was broadcasting.
Like, the way I view this, it's like a UFC fight. Like, no matter who wins or what happens, like, everybody's making money. And I think they're just doing this, and they're just poking the flat Earth bear over and over and seeing the reactions, that they're getting, and they're getting views. They're not serious. They're not being serious about this at all.
Well, no, the goal, like Indio said originally, was to just eventually get around to pointing out how flat earthers know nothing, and then talk only about flat earthers.
That actually is an interesting question. Do y'all get, like, grifters and stuff often?
There's grifters everywhere, dude. It fucking doesn't matter what it is.
The world is a grift.
Barbie dolls is grifters.
Everybody's trying to make a buck. Like, honestly, as much as like the globe earthers make, like, I don't get mad at all when a flat earther wants to make $1. I really don't.
Yeah, but I'm really not sure that one. I mean, I know it was everywhere, man. Boy, at a time,
Make some money.
All right, give me a second. I'll put it back on.
Yeah, my apologies for the long derailment there. I just wanted to hone in on something earlier there. Didn't mean to detract too much time.
No, that's what the point of this is, man.
Don't apologize. That stuff is mind numbing.
Yeah. Cool.
That was. We've been the top.
Well, just because I did jump in right mid sentence on Reg Joe there. That's what I mean. Sorry about that, dude.
Oh, that's fine. I do it to everybody. You got where you left off at?
I'm getting ready to hit play. I just say, like Reg Joe said, quit crying about it.
Something about 26 miles. 20 miles is fine. Even 10 miles would be fine to measure this. And we have data for 10 miles.
Right. So, Kevin, whatever you want to do, going back to the scientific method, in that formula, you have to include those variables in your mathematical model. Does that make sense? That's the feedback.
Yes, thanks.
So right now your mathematical model says, can you bring it up again? It says what? Something like sine y or something? What is that? Can you bring up your formula?
Oh, yes. Wait, the screen share again. Need the PowerPoint. You want the flat or globe? The
It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you're still going to have to include.
Right. Yeah. Wait.
So you're going to get an answer which is plus or minus something.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. You see?
Yeah. So that
20 nautical miles, not 26, and
right. But that sine 3 equals y. That formula is not correct. You have
No,
to
it is.
include a margin of error.
Oh, yeah. But still the formula is correct, but you can include this 1% if you like.
Okay, I have to point this out. So they already talked about the accuracy, the margin of error of the DME, right? Right? Earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so check this out. So
It's less than 1%.
he cited, hold on, I'm going to show you. Watch. I'm going to post in the chat. I'm going to post a couple things in the chat. This is a screenshot. He cited this paper. And he highlighted this part. So I'll get that. And he highlighted this part, that highlighted part. Now, I'm going to read you the highlighted part because I have this paper right in front of me. And this was his reason, him saying about the accuracy. Today's DME, this is the highlighted part, is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles. This is seen in the DME overall range accuracy specifications presented in Table 15. Okay? First glance, that's what he's arguing. Hey, dude, it only has an accuracy of 0.6. And Shiva, listen to what he said. Well, if he would have read in the beginning of the paper, want to know what this paper is about? That the actual tested accuracy is better than the specification. Yeah, that's right, dude.
That's wild,
This paper examines DME accuracy, starting with its performance today. Accuracy values from several data collection efforts are presented. A top-level examination of range accuracy is done using FAA flight inspection data. The results show that the measured DME ranging accuracy is generally much better than the listed current specification.
That's wild.
That's wild, dude. That's fucking wild. Because
I wonder if they gave that.
He put this because the reason I'm saying this is important, right? He lectured. So, dude made a claim. Kevin made a claim, and dude lectured Kevin about citations. And then dude's like, okay, I'm gonna go get my citation, even though Shiva never lectured him to go do that. He went and got it. Now the citation he brings back, Shiva just takes that as face value, that it supports what he said, when in fact it absolutely contradicts what he said, and the paper is about that the specification accuracy that he cited, the part he highlighted in the yellow, is the specification accuracy. They actually measured a greater accuracy. It's more accurate than the specification. So his entire argument, all the shit they shit on him about, they were all wrong. All of them. Dude, what do I say? What do I always say, bro? And you always pay. Don't never believe a fucking word a globe earther says. Ever. Always check. Always.
Yeah, you do. You're like, even check a flat earth.
It took me 2 seconds to check. Like, literally, okay, this is the paper he cited. Fucking go read it. Just read what they're trying to do. Okay. Oh, shit. They're saying that they measured accuracy. Well, what's the highlighted part? So I look for the highlighted part. Is that the data or is that the specification? Oh, that's the specification. They said they measured accuracy greater than the specification. But he went off the specification accuracy, not the data accuracy that they collected.
I wonder if the specification that they rated it for was based off of like the expected standards of what pilots can control during the landing process.
Based upon what the fucking lawyer said.
Yeah, you're right.
It's based upon what the lawyer said. Don't claim
Yeah.
accuracy greater than that. We'll get fucking sued. Just say it's worse than it really is.
No, you're exactly right. They consulted with the lawyer. They're like, yeah.
Look, distances from DME facilities varied from overhead to 220 nautical miles. The results showed that 94.9% of stations had mean errors of less than 0.05 nautical miles, and 95.5% of the stations had standard deviations of error less than 0.05 nautical miles. However, range data for 3 stations were found to have standard deviations of 0.2 nautical miles. Okay. In all cases, the range uncertainty was well within 40 meters.
It's wild.
Yeah, wild. And they sat there, dude. Crazy, dude. They sat there and they fucking goddamn reamed him, saying, "You don't understand science. Do I have to explain this to you like it's kindergarten?" All this shit, and they were wrong the entire time. The entire time. Let that sink in.
No,
I would
no,
look for
you
the
can't do
1%.
that. It's not what we like. You need to document it.
No, stop. You need to actually include the margin of error based on reality, as close as you can get. Okay? So Dan has given you a reference, and then Mike has brought out something else, but that, I think we're just keeping it very objective here. That equation, the output of that equation, the input is going to be garbage in, the output is going to be garbage out, because you don't have the margin of error.
So if I can share real quickly.
Yes, I stop, but it's garbage is a hard word.
Well, that's called GIGO, G-I-G-O in computer science, garbage in, garbage out. Don't take it personally. But that's what you have. You have a garbage in, garbage out model without the margin of error being included.
So is this up and running right now?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is from.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Can you zoom in so we can
Yep.
see the title of the paper? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is from Stanford University and also done with someone from the FAA and the Aviation Management Associates. So this talks about the distance measuring equipment accuracy performed today and future alternative for position navigation training. Specifically, when I was talking about ICOP, it was also Annex 10. I'm still looking for that one. But just right here, if we go down to DME and TACA and its military counterpart are desirable features for providing positioning services. Today's DME is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles.
At what distance?
That's the accuracy of the DME as a whole,
DME.
as a system. That's the margin of error for what the value that it reads is coming out at. Because again,
Now, like I just said, the whole purpose of this paper was to show that he just cited was to show that that specification is not how the equipment actually performs, that the equipment actually performs much better than the specification. That's the whole purpose of the paper he cited. You want to know what cherry picking is? He literally cherry picked one. They're just like just regular papers, right? They give you a background. If they're testing the specification on how accurate it is, they got to tell you what the specification is. He took them saying what the specification is as like the conclusion of the paper or something.
and the distance isn't what you land with, it's the glide slope. The distance is just a reference.
Can you kindly send that over to Kevin, Dan? So he's got that?
Sure. I mean, do you have the chat open? I can just put the link into it.
Yeah, you can send it over to Dr. Prabhakar and he'll send it.
Okay.
Zoom has this really wacky thing with chat on who can chat to who, and how you set it up. It's gotten, I think you have to do a new, yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
saw
I'll shoot
something
it
with
over. I'll
200
shoot it over right
miles.
now. I'll pull my email and I'll send it
Yeah,
over
I need to pull it up again because I saw something now with
So
200
Kevin,
miles.
Michael, and Dan, is there a consensus that that formula needs to be updated with margin of error? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you guys?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And if the margin of error of the slope and the beam width together cannot provide something that's distinct for both globe and flat, then the experiment won't be useful. It's inconclusive, so it'd be a waste of money to do.
Yeah,
it's a non-issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is an important thing. To the audience listening, if you get a result out of this and it's in the margin of error between of globe and flat, the number means nothing. Okay.
But this 0.6 miles would be, yeah, we look it up. I stand with this statement, but I saw something with 200 nautical miles. I need to look at the document. Can I come up with my objections or we go on with my?
Well, so I think we've given anything else, Mike and Dan, Prabhakar?
I mean, if they want to do if you want to do a radio experiment, right? Because it sounds like what this falls under is we see too far, and you're using radio as an idea to get rid of some of the optical problems of mirages, the scintillation, and things like that. I can suggest another way of doing this with basically lighthouses, boats, and UHF transmitters and receivers. It's something that's going to keep it under roughly $500, depending on the cost of the boat. And it's something anybody can do as long as there's 3 specific heights that.
Now, there's another part where he bullshits. You can simply Google, is there equivalent to mirages in the in UHF? It'll say yes, and I'll give you examples. You can also Google whether there's scintillation in VHF. Yes, there is. So the 2 things he just said was made up bullshit. Nonsense.
Have anywhere from 5 times to 10 times elevation standards. You're just raising the transmitter. You're verifying radar horizon. On a flat Earth, there should not be a radar horizon because there is no geometric horizon. On a globe Earth, there is a radio horizon, and it's directly dependent on the square root of the height of the transmitting antenna or receiving antenna.
So, Kevin.
Did you hear what he just said? There would be no horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon.
I guess physics don't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there's no geometric horizon on the globe either that you can find.
Yeah, because perspective isn't a thing, right?
In fact, there's a radio horizon which is based on 4.3R. It's not a physical horizon, even in radio. More double-speaking bullshit, bro.
Is the intent, was this your experiment or someone else's? Because we saw someone else's name on this.
Yes. No, I like to present my.
It said stones this, stones that.
Yes.
And it was all in English. I know you're in meters over in Austria.
No, in the flight aviation is in nautical miles, but it's his experiment. I would like him up here, but he wasn't allowed, and I.
So is this your experiment or someone else's?
No one did it yet. It's just in 10 miles we did the slope.
No, but is this your proposal or someone else's?
It's someone else's.
Oh, okay. Well, this was supposed to be done by the science panel. That's one of the goals here, not someone else's. Anyway, the other thing is, are you into doing the radio, to Dan's question? And what would be the cost of this with an airplane, hiring it? Because we looked at
you can't assess now.
Okay, now think about what you just said. You're supposed to do your own and not someone else's. Do you think that McToon's son measurement is going to be his and not someone else's? Do you think they're going to be his calculations or someone else's?
I already know who's it's going to be.
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think that, like, McToon is going to reinvent how we predict sunrises and sunsets, and he's going to invent his own way of calculating them? Of course not.
I don't even think he's going to discuss sunsets. He's just going to use sun locations, and I think he's going to use flies.
He's going to use time and date or something, dude. He's going to use the methodology that time and date or U.S. Naval Observatory uses. There's no globe in that, but he does, and he knows that because I told him that. But that's not the point. The point is, you see what Shiva did? He just attacked Kevin for using someone else's idea, right? He's like, "Is this yours or somebody else's?" Oh, you're supposed to do your own. Okay, is McToon doing his own? Is the sun angle in azimuth, is that his own? He's gonna freaking start from scratch and reinvent that? Or is he going to just go to time and date or Sun Calc or U.S. Naval Observatory and use their shit? You see what I'm saying? The same thing. It's complete double standard, dude.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so what's the cost of something like this? Because you have to, every round, because you're going to have to get multiple data points, right? Not just one. Multiple. So assume you need, I don't know what the sampling is. I'm assuming you need like 50, 20.
And actually, I have another quick question, Dr. Shiva, too, is how many airports do you know of, let's say worldwide, that have a minimum 30-mile-an-hour body that's directly off an ILS airport equipped runway? Like, you brought up one, and I don't even know where that is. I just see a map. Do you know how many there are in the world that we can find that would allow us to do this?
Yeah, I think, so we're looking at cost, viability, and ubiquity.
Okay.
And if you don't know it, Kevin, you don't have to answer it now. It's just
I'm just a question I'm posing, that's all.
Yeah, so if you can just find for the, how many airports are there you can actually do this? What is the cost of doing this? And I'm assuming you're going to have to do at least 50 runs, right? Or 20, there's a certain sampling. How many runs do you think have to do, and how much is this going to cost?
$500 one person, or 300 even, and this one person can already do 10 runs with this thing. And you have hundreds of airports in reach of water. And I like to address this.
So hold on 1 second. It's $500.
But I haven't addressed this other old question.
No, 1 second. I just want to. It's $500 because we have Hanscom Air Force Base right beyond where I live, and as a private pilot, I think it's more than $500. It's about, I think, 300 to 500 per hour flight time just to take up a small plane, and you have to be a member of the flying club to do that. So if you're gonna have to take off, do this, you think this can be done in like a couple of hours or just 1 hour?
Yes, 2 hours. And I have 200 Cessna for 200 euros. You can rent it here. I don't know about the US is always.
Oh, and the pilot also has to be instrument rated too.
Yes.
Right.
I know.
So
I know a pilot myself. Yes, but yeah, some people can do it and file it like that. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the outstanding questions, Kevin, are which places can we do it in? How many places for ubiquity? What's the cost? And then the viability question comes down to the error margin. Does that pretty much summarize it?
Yes, but I don't agree with it.
I think it's two parts.
But wait. The UHF, there was a UHF proposal from Dan, and this is the worst possible version because you shoot over water horizontally and near the height of water. Everything there yields to most variation in refraction, and we don't want this component.
Right. There is some refraction, but it's also a very constant model that's used in radio for refraction.
Mirage,
but here's the other. Can I finish?
There. We deny this.
Can I finish?
Okay, I couldn't answer a long time.
Because here's the thing, though. It doesn't change the fact that there's a radar horizon at a specific distance. And as you raise the antenna up, that radar horizon gets further and further away. This is your classic, we see too far, which is why I'm proposing it. If it's over water, you can account for specific different atmospherics. you put in abort criteria where if there's precipitation. But here's the thing, doesn't have mirages, doesn't have scintillation, doesn't have other things that optical has that you may be confusing it with. If you use UHF and the frequency that's in, you do have refraction, but that is a very planned and very obvious thing that anybody with radio experience has noted, and you account for that in your equations, in your mathematical model, and your hypothesis. If you choose not to because refraction is magical in your book or whatever, then fine, that's in your model. That's not going to play a difference. But our model will be, and I'll show you exactly what I mean, just real quick so you can understand what exactly I mean by this. It's very simple. This is Montauk Lighthouse. I also have other locations.
You have to share it. Are you sharing? Okay, sorry.
I forgot to click the extra share button. Yep. This is Montauk's Lighthouse. This is in New York. This is near me. I know this lighthouse is the only reason why I kind of chose it. I also found 7 or 8 other ones throughout the world, including UK, one not far from actually Mike in Minnesota, some on the West Coast and others on the East Coast. Specifically, what we're asking for is we do one down here at, hold on. Down here at the beach at around 10 feet. We do another transmission up here at the bluff at 60 feet, and you do one at the top of the air, at the light tower at 170 feet. Each one will have its own model as far as how far it will go. And somewhere along the line, there is no radar horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon. This eliminates all ambiguousness, and you can account for each one because if, for instance, if you're at the beach level and you lose loss of service at, let's say, 10 nautical miles. And on a flat Earth, if you raise it and you get a signal, that means one thing. If you raise it and get a signal on a globe, that means something else. So then you go out further and see if you lose signal again. At that next distance, let's say it's 15 nautical miles. At 15 nautical miles, what is the cause of something 60 feet up going LOS, loss of signal, unless the signal is tired or attenuated or however you want to say it, to where you're no longer getting services? If you move that one more time up, now, and you get signal again, there's no explanation, unless you know of one, for a flat Earth of why that happens. There's a very good globe explanation for that. It's called the radar horizon, and it's proof of curvature.
You need multiple repetitions to see the refraction, but the refraction, nobody has access. How many people have access to lighthouse towers first?
But here's the thing, Kevin. I have whole criteria, also different signal, the noise ratios. I also have different error margins and everything else. But here's a bunch of other sites that we can go to. Anybody in these areas can do this one as well. And we're talking about $200 off of Amazon for an antenna and 2 radios.
Well, you agree or not agree that over water, the measurements are more various? Like it's easier to do something higher regarding refraction, distortion.
You're confusing optical with radio. Radio does not have, radio has refraction, but there's no refraction values. You can use the standard model, or as what I actually recommend, is you take the measurements to build your refractive index of what it's going to be based off of temperature, barometric pressure, and the relative humidity, taken at the boat level and taken at the various levels of the transmitting side at the lighthouse. And from there, you can make a very close approximate model for the refraction index, or what we call the K value, to be able to know how far it's going to change. Already in radio, we already account for this in a standard model, because our radio horizon accounts for 4/3 times the radius of the Earth, because we already know that on a standard atmospheric model, we're going to go 15% further. But this is how line of sight is actually, these are the links that are engineered. These are how I engineer my links. And these are specifically how they're implemented in the military and combat zones. So there's nobody hiding anything there because there's lives on the line. And the same reason why telecommunications work in cities like Boston, where Dr. Shiva is at, because I actually set up links that go from the John Hancock Tower to other locations in Cambridge without using fiber optics that use radio, that I have to account for precipitation, I have to account for temperature variations, seasons, as well as the frequency it uses, the polarity of the antenna. There's a whole bunch of variables that goes into that, but we control all those variables in this one to where our only variable that's going to actually change anything significantly outside of, say, a 10% margin of error, and I'm just guesstimating what that is because I haven't put any math into this. All my math is in a different document. But if it's a 10% error margin, if the difference between the closest and the furthest is more than 2 times the distance, that more than allocates for the 10% margin that might be there in an error.
You agree, though, that the distortion and refraction needs to be accounted
What
for?
distortion? It's RF.
Rate of...
Can you explain what some of these things, what causes some of these things in your model?
UHF is light, no? Light is affected by...
The UHF is not light. It's not optics.
It's not visible light.
It's not visible, right?
So there's no mirage, there's no scintillation. All you have is refraction.
Yeah, you have invisible light as well, but it's a radio frequency, yeah.
Okay, so what mechanism do you think occurs over water and what effect do you think that would have on a UHF radio signal? Because this is stuff that has been used in the military since, I don't know, for 80 years. And it's been used in the civilian world. This is what I grew up on. If you want to do a radio experiment, I'm making an experiment. I still don't know what I don't know what the results going to be. I haven't done this experiment, but this is one that I came up with, and I'm willing to share it and provide it to you guys to have you guys decide whether or not it's something you want to participate in. You guys can make your own methodology from this. I'm just giving you an idea.
Okay. Humidity is one problem, for example. Humidity is not involved in my, like that much of, if you have water dispersing, just in front
just a question
of the water.
What does humidity do to the propagation of radio waves?
What does humidity?
Yeah, you said humidity is a factor. What does it do?
Yeah, it can. I don't know the full claims, but I
don't know. Okay, yeah. Then why do you bring it up?
Because you can. It's less there. I saw experiments where they proposed humidity, and so I saw formulas there. I can look it up. I don't know the details, but I can look it up, show you next time.
All right. The only formulas I have are basically using the refractive index and using known formulas for a globe model, and that is to be the actual way to configure where the radio horizon is to make our predictions. The only way that I can see flat Earth goes, and of course, this is your team. You guys have a week to come up with this model as far as what you think the prediction is. But as far as I can see it, since it doesn't have a geometric horizon, the only thing that limits how far the way a radio will go will be the attenuation of the atmosphere. So that's going to be based on the inverse square law and things like that, to where it's either the signal stops and that's it stops, or it continues on for hundreds of miles and we never get loss of signal. It's a very simple dichotomy of yes and no.
But you agree that having a distance value is better than having a value of I see something or I don't see it. Then you have some numbers involved in there. And
what I mean by see and don't see is I don't mean actual seeing. I mean the radio squelch.
Okay, just so everybody knows, everything he said is bullshit. I just posted it in the chat. He said there's no scintillation in UHF. There is. Posted it in chat. There's no equivalent of mirages in UHF. Yes, there is. He said humidity does not affect UHF. Yes, it does. So everything he said was a lie. And then he just said that on a flat Earth would go hundreds of miles. That's also a lie. Still be absorbed. The number one absorber of UHF is freaking water. So he's just lying his ass off. And Shiva's just eating it up, dude. Just eating it up.
Button sends out an audio tone. When you go far enough out, that squelch cuts off, which means you have no signal. That's a loss of signal.
Yes.
The only way that happens is if there's an obstruction. The only obstruction that would be out there would have to be a very, very large wave that you would have actually experienced on the boat before it got between you and wherever the transmitter is. And as you move the transmitter up to 60 feet and 170 feet, that wave that is causing the obstruction, and again, we can hang out at different locations for upwards of 10, 15 minutes. And some of the abort criteria would be how big the sea state is. If it's more than 3 feet, no one wants to be out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean during this. Then you abort. You come back and do it again. But if it's at 170 feet, that's going to have to be a really big wave between you and the boat and the light tower to cause an obstruction. And if you hang out for 10 minutes, that wave is going to go away.
So Dan, just to just to understand what you're saying, there's some fundamental problems with their plane issue using ILS. So you're giving them an idea, saying, why don't you use UHF? And in your model, you use a lighthouse or these locations. And if the Earth is curved, it's going to be a 1 or a 0 because you're not going to see the signal unless there's a massive wave. But that wave would have to be a 100-foot wave if it's from the top of the lighthouse, which is very, very unlikely. So, Kevin, I think you and I think the gentleman who actually came up with the ILS experiment may want to look at this because Dan's essentially trying to help you guys. Because right now, from the feedback that I'm hearing, you have the margin of error issue that essentially is going to give garbage in, garbage out with your experiment. And this one is this or 1 or 0, because if the Earth is curved, at a certain point, you're just not going to get the signal. If the Earth is flat, you're going to always get the signal. I don't know how far UHF carries, Dan. E equals H nu. I don't know what that comes out to.
Well, I mean, you can go UHF. I mean, we'd have known. I think if I figured out we had 8 watts of power, so doing 8 watts of power, I think we can go outwards of 250 nautical miles in a straight line.
Okay. All right.
You can use these handheld radios to talk to the ISS.
Okay. So I think
is it 2 beams? But tell me the details. Is it 2 beams compared, or is it 1 beam?
It's 1 beam.
Yeah, see, so 2 beams is more accurate already. So if I have 2 beams,
okay. So here's what I'm also telling you to do is you get so you're not just using the radios, you get a directional antenna, which has got a 5-element Yagi antenna. You literally just connect it with a cable to the radio. You point that in the direction of, I mean, I can go through all the steps if you want. I was just leaving this as an idea for you guys to develop. But if you want me to show you what I actually developed, I can show it to you.
Tell me how you measure all the atmospheric conditions all along the path, not only at one point. We have the data from the META report, and if you don't measure it everywhere, it's not scientific.
You can build a So do you think that a refractive model, which, again, we're talking about the differences between 1.2 to 1.5, okay, for what we call a K value. Do you think that raising the humidity at one random point in the span, can I finish?
Kevin, can I finish? Don't interrupt. It's hard for people to hear what Dan's saying.
Do you think that at some random point between the boat and the airport, the humidity is going to go from, let's say, 60% to 100%, and then all of a sudden that's going to change that index, that K value, that K factor, that refractive index value so much that it's going to cause the signal to end? Because we can run it at 100% humidity. I'll tell you what the bare minimum is and what the bare maximum is, and what the actual is based on the 2 different readings from the 2 stations involved, which is the boat and the shore station. From that, we can develop a model that says that. And here's the great thing about lighthouses. Since it's a protected waterway, a lot of weather monitoring is done in that area to prevent people from ending up on the rocks. So they have to know these things like sea state, humidity, barometric pressure, what the forecast is. All these different things go into providing advisories to small craft in the area.
All right.
Measuring.
I think
we have a focused beam, but okay.
I think we've beaten the horse here. I think Dan's been quite generous in giving you guys ideas. And I think humidity is frankly has no issue in this because he's saying it's 1 to 1.5, unless even at 100% he's saying. So
I mean, and there are occasions where there's a temperature inversion, there could be ducting and stuff like that. But again, these are forecasted. We can actually look at them. We can actually do all sorts of work right up into the start of the thing to make sure that we're not in that window. You account for these before you start. If that atmospheric condition is there, in which case ducting would show it going too far. And again, not science, because you have an anomalous thing that would basically skew the results. You abort. You come back the next day.
Ducting
Not a problem. You come back the next week.
But ducting happens higher. I don't know where you get this ducting from. There,
What?
ducting, tropoducting. You mean tropoducting happens at multiple times higher than our test? So I don't know where you come up with ducting at your test.
Where is the troposphere at?
Especially because last time you mentioned ducting, I looked it up and it said it's high. It's at 10,000 feet.
Okay, so the troposphere where ducting happens occurs when there's a temperature inversion. Typically, when you go from low altitude to higher altitude, it gets colder. When the warm altitude is above the colder temperature, that's where you get an inversion. That inversion is what creates ducts. Tropospheric ducting can occur anywhere from sea level to 12 kilometers up in the air. You don't know where it's going to happen unless you know where that temperature inversion layer starts and stops, because that is what creates the top of the duct.
You agree it's a rare?
It's rare. It happens. But again, it's forecast. If there's forecast to be a temperature inversion, because this is stuff planes need to know and everybody else needs to know, especially those in the communications field. If there's going to be a temperature inversion, you don't schedule it for that day.
I agree.
You wait.
We put it in the data set, and it's not something which invalidates any experiment, but especially not even yours, because it's happening higher than both of us. So I agree, but
says the person who hasn't done radio versus the person who has. Okay, I'm sure we'll take that.
We can do. I did the refraction, the falsification test, scaling it down, but we're not here for that. But can we exclude the sun now? Or you're fine with your?
Well, I just want to read some before we move on.
By all means.
Look, science is about being specific. There's a lot of nebulous way that you've been, frankly speaking, Kevin, and it's a little bit disconcerting. Okay, the bottom line is you don't have a error margin. And that needs to be figured out. You need to come back with a mathematical formulation, and hopefully we'll see that. But it needs to be precise. It can't be hand waving, and it can't be just randomly saying some random stuff. Okay? Number one, Dan has proposed to you, if you guys want to use, electromagnetic waves, he's provided you UHF. And that gives you, from frankly what I'm hearing, a pretty 1 or 0 answer, because it's just based on distance. You're been sort of just dropping all sorts of terms, and frankly, they're all irrelevant.
No,
so
it's better.
No, they're irrelevant.
0 versus 1 is
no, they're irrelevant, because when you bring in humidity and you bring it in, it's not going to change the end result in any appreciable way. No. And furthermore, let me finish. You also have the opportunity to look at the weather and decide when you're going to do the experiment to reduce those variables. All right? This is like fucking second grade stuff. So please don't.
I included that.
No, let me finish. My point is, as someone who's a working scientist, I don't like people just saying random words to confuse people. And that's what you flat earthers have frankly been doing. And we're trying to get
credentials. People. We can interject and say fallacies if you are saying those, because it's an appeal.
No. You're just saying, no, stop it.
It's not saying true.
Stop it. You're not speaking to some social media people who you can bullshit. Okay? You're just randomly saying words that have no meaning.
Look up fallacies. Look up the term fallacy.
Go understand what a model is. Go understand what error margin. That's your homework assignment. If you were in class, you'd be probably as an undergraduate right now. So go understand that. Okay? It's really insulting to everyone out here. So go understand basic stuff. And Dan has provided you, out of his generosity, a way you could do this. If you don't want to do this, stick with your thing. With all its issues, you're going to have to include error margin in it. All right? If you want to do that, go for it. but he's giving you an alternative, which frankly makes it a 1 or a 0. And maybe you guys don't want that.
Of course, we want a good experiment, but I say one or zero
what your
one or
experiment
zero
is.
isn't as good as two different distances.
Well, first of all, you didn't do this
one
experiment. A
distance.
guy who was banned from this, and you're lying because you have his name all over the experiment.
I didn't lie.
So you misrepresented.
Exactly.
You've misrepresented yourself.
No, I told you as soon as you asked me, who is this? I say it's not my experiment. Where did
I had to ask twice. Okay. So you've misrepresented the presentation here. This is not from you. It has his name all over.
Because you do as. Yes, I don't deny it. You do association fallacies all over.
You didn't say this is not my experiment when you presented this.
It goes still since January. This is since January.
You have an individual who's been in the flat Earth community confusing everyone, and his experiment has been presented, not yours. That's misrepresentation.
Because you exclude everyone who are the good at math, the good physicians. Yes, Stone is good at math. Ellen is good at math.
Yeah, right.
Shane
no.
Here,
listen.
And you don't want those people, so I have to take over here.
We can give him a math exam, and I can give him an MIT math exam, and I'll judge how good he is. Okay?
Ellen showed you already.
That's hilarious. He's calling him out. You excluded anybody who was good at math, who knew what they were talking about, who was able to defend the position with reason and logic. He excluded them all. He excluded Indio. He excluded Space Audits, Shane St. Pierre, Piezo, Yoder, fucking all of them.
He's getting way too defensive and way too aggressive. He's not going to convince anybody with that attitude. He's just coming off rudely at this point.
He's a sophist.
Anyway, back to the show. Almost a little bit left.
No, he isn't.
Dynamics.
You're not an expert in it.
I'm not, but the others.
You didn't study this. Have some respect for people put in the fucking time. You're not an expert. Okay? And you misrepresented yourself because you said that was your experiment. That's violating the norms of how we set this up.
You see, I hated this
for the
guy
record.
from jump, bro. Guy's trash. He's been trash since I've been looking at him for politics. He's trash now. Dr. Shiva, you're fucking trash. Put me on that motherfucker. Triple dog dare you.
You'd kick his ass every which way.
Every which way. I'd be like, first of all, bitch, I'm not doing what you want me to do. I'm doing this. That's number one. I don't give a fuck about what this guy's talking about. Nah, but honestly, I got to be better than that. I couldn't do that because if I was on somebody else's platform, they probably. But I mean, I just don't like how he just sucks that. Just sucks that. I mean, he could find somebody else that would. I don't know, man. Of course, this is what he is.
Well, that was the goal, right? For them to show how flat earthers are misrepresenting the science because they're not using their own original work. They're not worthy of the conversation.
I still think, even if that was the goal, I think it. Even just to my ears, he's just coming off as a complete jerk. It's not really working for him. In this case, he's
saying, "I'm the authority. Shut up." Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even bring your own argument. Shut up. Sit down. You're the student.
Yeah, the ego on that dude.
I mean, but that's how he is. That's why I don't like him. And he be wrong and strong. It's like unless you're listening to what he perceives as right, like if there's any kind of pushback at all, you're going to get someone who's, I mean, pretty much like one of the Globers that continuously talk and curse you out. And,
Well, screw that guy. Where does he get on the bus?
you know, can't stand him.
Let's go to the issue with the proposal that Mike made. I think we're done with this. Go ahead. Any objections to that?
No.
I think Kevin is
Ryan?
muted.
Kevin?
Yeah. I think Kevin is muted.
You muted.
Yes,
me.
unmuted
Okay.
himself.
All right. So first, you said that if this mathematical model is able to predict.
Now, first of all, why don't you first, because they re-explained what you wanted to do. Why don't you, for the record, restate what the experiment that they're saying, the observation, the mathematical model, and be as precise as possible without some hand waving. Go ahead.
I need underwear. I have no choice.
Did you have something to say, Elijah?
No, sorry.
I like to include the error margins. I will look up the error margins for the beam divergence and the error margin. The other error, what was the other error margin? I don't remember now because I was already at the
But
sun.
Dan actually gave you the error, 0.6. One is the beam divergence error margin, and the other is the DME, which Dan actually
the distance, exactly, the distance.
Yeah.
The 0.6. I saw that in this document there was a 200 nautical miles, but I will look it up, yes.
Yeah, I think you should. And then the other things we asked for are, we want to look at the viability, because we have, here around 35 people, and we have about 1,300 people, at least on Twitter. We probably have several thousand people, in spite of all the shadow banning. But those 1,000 people, we want them to be able to do it. Okay? So what would it cost them to do this? And if you can, you said 500, but I think it'd be valuable to know what it would actually cost them to go do an experiment like this. Okay. And that you don't have to, obviously you don't have to give that right now, but it would be good between now and the next meeting to have that. Maybe we'll do another pre-meeting because Dr. Prabhakar is actually going to do a draft document, a white paper, which we'll publish. Okay. Cool. Let's move on to the flat earthers now questioning the globe earthers on their proposed experiment of using the altitude and the azimuth of the sun, which is observable pretty much to every being on this planet, and a simple formulation that flat earth would have to come up with. And based on, by the way, to flat earthers listening, you can do whatever assumption you want, whether you want to say there's a dome, whether the dome's spinning or not. You just have to state the assumptions and you have to derive your model. Same things to the globe earthers. You're going to have to derive your assumptions and you'll come up with your model. So relative to that, Kevin and Ryan, and unfortunately Bobby's not here, what are your questions to the globe earthers?
Yeah, you think that if this mathematical model is able to predict the observation of the sun, then you have evidence flat or round. And I say...
So you would have to come up with your model, you take in all your assumptions, and then you have to develop your mathematical equation. Does that make sense? So you're going to put latitude in whatever you want to do, full freedom.
The methodology makes sense in a different... Oh, sorry, you cut off. Yeah, you cut off.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, and we're giving you between now and the next week to come up with whatever assumptions and formula. Same thing, the globe earthers. These could be very complicated formulas, but the input to it should be latitude and longitude, the time.
Objection?
Whatever you want to include. Whatever you want to include. It's up to you.
I have a problem now with the grid system. You are already using a globe grid system.
No. Wait. Time out. The globe people come up with their assumption. You come up with your assumption. Don't be. This is what you guys keep doing. You keep talking about the globe. Yeah. Let the globe people come up with their model. Don't go attacking the globe. What do you want to do as flat Earth? So
I'm not here to critique the sun, or don't I?
No, you have to. The flat earthers have to come up with their model, assuming flat Earth. So this is what's going to really put where the rubber meets the road. You can't go pointing at the globe Earth people. What is your model of a flat Earth? And come up with your formula. By the way, I've actually done it.
We have math as well, but now we have spent half an hour to object my.
But do you understand that you have to just to be clear, just like for your airplane example, the globe earthers have to come up with their formula, and flat earthers will come up with theirs. For the sun model, you have to come up with your flat Earth model, and the globe earthers have to come up with their model.
You want to do an observation, and I did the whole experiment. There's no experimentation suggested already. This is my first critique.
What's your problem? The experiment is I'm looking at the sun.
And what are the dependent and independent?
Wait, Kevin. I really have to wonder whether you've even been listening for the last 2 hours.
I've listened to the pre-recordings as well.
Okay, I'm looking out my window. Let's keep it really fucking simple. The sun is going to be at a certain height, and don't interrupt me, and a certain azimuth. Do you understand that? Do you get that concept? That's the observation.
And there's no prediction coming. It's a post-diction.
We finish. You're going to look at it. Your model is going to predict where the sun's going to be. And if that model matches the observation, then you're right. What are you missing here? Did you not understand F equals ma?
F equals ma is.
Did you not understand what we spoke about in the beginning?
Yes. It's something completely else. But we have no prediction here. The sun appears in this at your window, coming back to the next time. You have no connection to the ground.
What are you talking about?
That with the.
What are you missing here? Should I do it as a kindergarten drawing for you?
Start with the lat-long system, please.
Start with what?
The lat-long system you suggest to insert as a location value.
Okay, I'm not going to talk to you because you seem either not understanding something purposely.
I'm understanding very well that the lat-long system is part of the spherical model already. That's
their model. So you're going to have to come up with your own model. Why are you talking globe people?
So if you need to simplify, you can say for a person standing in this city on this street corner or on this beach on this spot. You don't need to use lat-long. Just use a position and create your own coordinate system.
Guys, if you want to talk, we'll pause it.
I did. That's why I was waiting. I knew y'all was going to pause it.
Yeah, I'll pause it. Hold on. Okay, it's paused.
This guy is an absolute.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why. People are like, "Oh, Nathan's going crazy for saying don't use our fucking stuff." Look at him trying to hijack our shit. When you let him, look at that shit. Talking about Look at that shit. I'm pretty sure latitude was available long before anyone thought it was a globe. Because that's exactly what the ancients used, right? The angles to the stars in the sky, right? To make whatever system they made. It had nothing to do with globe anything. The fuck? Like, don't use glober stuff. Bitch.
I just read a thing about the Inuits using, the Inuits, they live, in the far north, right? So they use the stars to figure out where they are. And they don't use any freaking globe idea, and they use basically the equivalent of latitude, right? How far the stars are above the horizon.
Yeah, this dude I mean, this coming from a glober, right? If he really wants, if he really cares,
This guy's got 4 degrees from MIT. Think
yeah,
about that for a second.
I got kicked.
it's crazy. If he wants to, if he really wants to convince people that the Earth is a globe, he's got to lose the attitude. He's not going to convince
No, we're beyond that. You talking about latitude, you're talking about elevation angles to the stars. Okay? An elevation angle for sure is not a motherfucking tangent to a tangent point. Not the same thing. So
Indio.
don't
Sorry.
use our shit. How about you come up with your own system, buddy?
I just want to say, Indio, even with the Inuit up north using the stars for navigation, they lose people going from village to village if they get off course off the trail. Because it's so whited out there. You get 100 feet off a trail, you're lost.
Oh, yeah. You can only do so much, man.
I know quite a few of them from up there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'd like to fucking go hang up there. Not get lost and die, but, you know.
Yeah, I said attitude.
His
He's got
attitude
to.
sucks, but he's wrong. That's the crazy
Yeah.
thing, is you don't know it. But the thing is, I know it. Everything he's saying, see, he thinks, and McToon thinks, that the model they're going to use to predict where the sun is going to be some sort of globe model, but it's actually not. There's a celestial sphere model, but there's not a globe model that predicts where the sun is. So in order to predict where the sun is, right, you got to know your time of year, and you got to know where the celestial equator is above the horizon, the elevation angle of the celestial equator. Once you know that, and you know the time of year, you can position where the sun is in the sky. Okay? You got to know the time, the date, where the celestial equator is. You don't need to know anything about what you're standing on. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Okay? But they don't, and even though McToon knows because I told him, Shiva doesn't know. So he's arguing about that, but that's the thing, is the arrogance, the attitude you're talking about. What's bothering me is because I've been involved in this topic for a long time, and even though you're just offended by the arrogance, I'm doubly offended because he's arrogant and he's wrong. He's being a dick because he's so sure he's correct, but he's actually wrong. That's what doubly burns my ass, man. So as irritated as you are by his fucking pompous attitude, I'm fucking 3 times more irritated than that. Because you know what? Because if you just had some normal person, it was me and him talking, he'd say, I have 4 degrees from fucking MIT. Who are you going to believe? And they'd believe him. Even though I can just whip out the documentation, show the formulas on how it's done, all that shit, go to the U.S. Naval Observatory site where it specifically says how they do the calculation. So it's...
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you at all because, like I said, it's just, you know, if you're gonna if you're gonna debate, and I'm not even one. I don't even like to debate this stuff because I'm not.
Be a debate on there, though. That's the funny thing. They're not supposed to be debating. They're supposed to be collaborating to figure out an experiment.
Really?
Yes, that's what this was. It was supposed to be this dude Shiva. He's like, I'll just make a long story short. Okay, he said I'll put up the money to have 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers come to Cambridge. We'll all get in a room and we'll iron out a fucking definitive experiment that everybody's going to sign off on. Well, it didn't turn out that way. It turned out this way. right? So what this is the collaboration that's supposed to be happening with 3 flat earthers, when 3 globe earthers, so he changed it. They didn't go to Cambridge either, they're doing it over a Zoom call. And they're supposed to be collaborating on figuring out experiments they can all agree on. Now he's turned it into the globe side versus the flat earth side. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be they all collaborate to think of one experiment. So everybody gets together and say, hey, what's the one experiment which will satisfy both sides? That was the original thing. Now all that's changed. The point is, this isn't supposed to be a debate. This is supposed to be all of them getting together to collaborate on an experiment. But
And, you know, that would have been a lot more interesting, too, to see.
I mean, the title of the video is, hold on. Oh.
Looks like he was.
It wasn't even supposed to be, it wasn't a debate. This isn't a debate fucking thing. It wasn't supposed to be any debate, but it's funny that you think it was from listening to it.
That's what it sounds like. I mean,
I know.
It about halfway through it, I was like, oh, this is reminding me of like political debates. They're interrupting each other. They're talking over each other. So yeah, I just assumed that it was a debate from the get-go. I didn't know that it was an experiment.
It's Science Summit, applying the scientific method to flat Earth geometry.
By affirming the consequent.
Yes, that's what you do. You do it more early and often.
He literally just, I heard him, I was on YouTube listening. He literally he laid out an affirming the consequent form a logical fallacy as a proposition to determine the geometry of the Earth's surface.
He said that a hypothesis has to be expressed as a mathematical equation. Or it's not a hypothesis.
He said, we pitch the models against each other. We predict the sun's position and time, right? And whoever's is correct, that's what's true. That's affirming the consequent, bro.
It's a reification.
And a reification, yeah.
So, guess what? Whatever model they use, Kevin Samuels can use the same model. Because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's an observer-centric model. You are in the middle. I mean, there's no globe in it, right? The globe is a point at the origin of coordinates. That's it. It's just a point, and that's where you are. You're on the point. There's no globe. They're not calculating any distance over the Earth. They're not calculating any curvature. They're not calculating any of that crap. It's fucking train wreck, bro. Like, disappointing.
I'd say he's
4
an
PhDs that he did not
intellectually
get his buck his money's worth, dude.
Yeah, he needs to get a refund. He's an intellectually dishonest prick who set a trap that's nothing more than a giant burden-of-proof reversal fallacy.
Well, this is the thing, is who's going to arbitrate it, right? Like this sun thing. So, McToon is going to present a model, which ain't going to be a globe model, but McToon is going to think it is, and he's going to present that. Shiva's going to go, like, the globe side did it, but he's not going to actually look at it and go, hey, well, there's actually no fucking globe in there.
Oh, shit. I've got one. Stonehenge. They've been using, like, these stones for thousands of years, apparently. Stone circles, these stone archways and all that, like, as observatories, and they know at a certain time of year they see a shadow cast by one of those stones and it has a certain angle or it meets another one, or they see the sun come up through in between these two pillars. They know that within, with pretty good accuracy, that within a time frame when it's going to come up in between the next two pillars. I mean, isn't that a fucking model to predict with the sunrise and sunset and moonrise and
But he
moonset
didn't come up
and all
with it
that shit?
himself.
Yes.
He didn't come up with it himself. He has to come up with his own.
So is McToon going to come up with his own?
Exactly.
Right. What does it matter who came up with it? He said if it's true, if it predicts it, then it must be true.
Unless it came from somebody else.
Oh, Indio, I saw the little graph you just posted in there. Does the sun go underneath the circle at night in that?
No.
Okay.
No. It's just look, bro. The model that we use to predict it, like, we're not. So people get confused about this. Okay. There's an infinite number of models for any arbitrary data set. Okay. So we have a data set where the sun is. There's a whole bunch of models we could make to predict where that is, where it appears to be. But the model that is used, because it's super simple, is that you're a point at the origin coordinate surrounded by a celestial sphere, and that the sky revolves around you as you move. Not that you revolve, that the sky revolves. Because that's how the mathematics actually works. So if you do spherical trig, they're vectors from this origin of coordinates that trace the angle between two vectors, right? So what's actually rotating is a ball around you. Almost like, you ever seen one of those little hamsters inside a fucking ball?
Yes.
It's like that. That's what the model is. You're like the little hamster inside the ball. And as you move around some distance, the ball rotates around you. That's what the mathematics of the model is.
Is it? Okay. So
They don't actually do some 3D geometric globe and then get where the sun is in the fucking orbit and all these things. They don't do that. It's too complicated.
It's based off of your personal opinion and your 3D perspective space. That's it.
So is it almost kind of like probably not exactly?
It's just a model. It doesn't mean anything. This is like, it's just a model.
Okay. I was just going to say, it kind of reminds me of like the Greek, like, seven heavens kind of, with the skies, the layer of the skies moving around the earth, right?
Let me read you something. This is from Derek Abbott. He's an electrical engineer. He wrote, "The Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics." Now, there's a famous paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics. This is a counter to that. Now, it's a very famous paper among physicists in the scientific community and academia. Like, oh my God, how does mathematics describe nature so well? Well, that's because his argument is because they're cherry picking. They don't think about all the fucking models that are used that don't work. They only say, oh my God, this one works. That's because we basically have an infinite amount of possible fucking models, mathematical models that we can use to describe anything. And most of them will fail. And occasionally some will be right. And then we'll go, oh my God, math describes nature. So I'm going to read you a quote of what he said. "A physicist may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. These are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing the results required for system design. That's it. We made a model. It works. Some idiot said the model, it's not just a mathematical model, it's actually physically real. Okay? There's a physical real, but it's not a ball around you. You're on the ball. Okay? They took the ball, the celestial sphere, which would be flat because all the stars assume to be infinite distance, and a sphere, an infinite radius sphere is flat. So that is a contradiction right there in the mathematics, but that's not the point. They said, hey, it's not a celestial sphere, we're on a sphere. But that's not, but the mathematics of the model aren't a model of a sphere Earth. Do you understand? It would be too complicated. Now imagine they had to do the mathematics right, where they have a sphere Earth, they have a sphere Sun, 93 million miles away, and then you're going to put a person somewhere on that sphere Earth, and they're going to look at the Sun, and then you have to change the coordinate system into a projective geometry, and then see where the Sun looks like it is. Because we don't see it orthographically, right? So you're going to have to convert that 3D, that orthographic Euclidean space to how it looks. Because we're looking at the Sun, right?
Right, and the
Now think of
appearance
how
of the sun.
complicated that is, what I just described.
Yeah, and doesn't the appearance of the sun also change, like, based on where it is in the horizon? Like, it appears slightly larger when it's, like, nearer to the edge of the horizon. It gets,
I mean, that varies. Sometimes it flattens. There's all sorts of different looking sunsets, quite honestly. There's actually types of sunsets. It's called like extruvian vase, and there's double sunsets, triple sunsets, where it looks like there's 3 suns. There's all sorts of weird sunsets. But yeah, sometimes it looks bigger, sometimes it's smaller. Sometimes it's like it's hard to tell because there's a lot of glare. But the point is like why would we just want to know when dawn is tomorrow, when sun rises. Why would we make some convoluted fucking model that's only going to work for fucking maybe 10 years, and then we have to recalculate everything all over again? Right? No, let's just make a simplified model where you're at the origin of coordinates, and we just plot where the sun is relative to the celestial equator, and we just do that. Why convolute it? Like,
the only reasonable explanation I can think of it is if, people actually wanted to try to send a rocket out there and stuff like that. But
well, I'm just saying, just for the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun is in the sky. I mean, for that purpose, why use a complex model when you can make a simpler one?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
do the simpler one. And even that model has been tested. Okay, so there was 3 observatories that tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions. And the mean error value, meaning how much they were usually off, was plus or minus 4 minutes, with the largest one being 14 minutes difference from what the predicted sunrise time was versus what was actually observed. There's all sorts of anomalous observations of the sun. I mean, I can go on and on about that. Fucking Barrett's fucking observation, 1597 observed. So the sun, on the equinox in the Arctic Circle, the sunrise should happen on the equinox, is when you should first see the sun. Well, they saw it a couple weeks too early, 2 weeks before the equinox. So that was a big fucking problem. And in fact, they tried to take his royal charter away. Barents, he was like, he got a royal charter to explore the Arctic. When he got back to the Netherlands, all the scientists tried to get the king to take his royal charter away because they didn't believe what he was saying. That's impossible. Earth's the globe. You can't fucking, our astronomy isn't wrong. You must have did something wrong. But he recorded other astronomical bodies in different positions than they were supposed to be too. So they couldn't get him fired, basically. But they tried. But the point is that, like, what he's proposing isn't going to prove that the Earth is a globe or flat. And the model he uses isn't going to be even a globe model. And Shiva isn't going to investigate and say, hey, is this actually a globe model? Let me look at the formulas and go, oh shit, where's the globe in this? No, he isn't going to do that. He's going to just say they did it. I guarantee it. When a flat earther could actually use the same model, you see the diagram I posted, we could say, yeah, there's just standing on a ground plane. Because these elevation angles, this altitude, the solar altitude, and this is what Elijah was making a point of, is an elevation angle. That's measured from a horizontal plane. You can't have an elevation angle off of a curved surface. It's mathematically. It's not possible. So that's the whole thing, is that we could say, oh no, these Globers, they're actually using a flat Earth model to predict the sun. And just say they're just stealing our equation. That's why this whole thing is stupid. And the guy, McToon, that's involved in this, one of the guys, he knows all this because I fucking told him. But don't stop them, dude. This is why we get all irate, dude, because this is the shit we deal with as flat earthers. We deal with just fucking bullshit, bro. Just utter freaking nonsense and bullshit from dishonest people. People are like, oh, you guys are flat earthers, you're just conspiracy theorists, think everyone's against you. No, bro, why do you think we record everything? Why do you think we freaking log everything? So the evidence is clear. We're not making shit up. We're not lying. You can go back and you can check, right? To see who is telling the truth. The only times we have, oh, I didn't say that. Like you just said it. Like, no, I didn't. Some Glober in a debate will say that. Like, well, we record this. He's like, oh, go check it then. Every single time when we check, they said exactly what we said they said. Every fucking time.
Yeah, I think honestly, if a Glober wants to have a good faith debate with flat earthers, they're going to have to actually acknowledge and, engage with what y'all are putting out there and just ditch all of this crap about oh, they're just flat earthers, we're not going to take them seriously, stuff like that. That's a waste of time.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are bigots.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes with the territory. I mean, look, it's really like, we understand. We were all globe earthers, like all of us, everybody in this chat. The difference between us and like the typical globe earther is we checked the globe claims and they didn't. I've personally done my own tests. And I am sure most of the people in here have done their own observations and tests. It's really just checking. It's not, I didn't watch a YouTube video to come to the conclusion. I checked it myself. And like, what am I supposed to do? Believe my lying eyes or frickin', and oh man, that ship really isn't 30 miles away, invisible to the naked eye. Fuck, dude, I must have hallucinated that whole thing. I'm gonna go back and watch the fucking ISS live stream and brainwash myself. Am I supposed to do that? What am I supposed to do? Believe the results of my tests, or just frickin' and go back to like just, oh, but NASA says. Watch this TV show. Look at these pictures. Trust these other people that you never met. I can't do that, dude. I'm going to trust nature. The scientific method requires that the claims are testable, repeatable, and verifiable. But we've gotten so far away from that. It's back in the day before peer review, so what a scientist would do is he would publish something, and he would, in great detail, make out exactly what he did and what his results were. And other scientists would get that and replicate what he did. And if they didn't get the same result, they would call bullshit. And if they did get the same result of the experiment, it was considered a scientific fact.
Yeah,
That's
that's
how it happens nowadays. We have peer review where the reviewers just review the paper, but they don't replicate the actual experiment.
yeah, that's interesting. I was always under the impression that replicating the experiment at least once was a pretty core aspect of the scientific method.
It's interesting to note.
Well, you can just Google replication crisis. Okay, it's considered a crisis in science that most results can't be replicated. And in
Never
fact, it's led to
mind
a
the
lot of
fact.
scientific fraud. In fact, that freaking I can go through like this Francesca bitch at Harvard. She got busted for scientific fraud when people tried to replicate her shit. This fucking neuroscientist, he managed to glom his way all up to be the president of Stanford University. Turns out that he did scientific fraud, that the results couldn't be replicated. A fucking goddamn a Japanese scientist, this was a big one, came up with all these results for treating cancer, and all this research went into freaking money and like a decade. They say that they lost a decade of cancer research from this guy's fraudulent results that no one could replicate. So it's a problem, man. Scientific fraud, I mean, scientists are just human beings just like everybody else. They're ambitious. They want to get ahead. They want to name for themselves. They want to make money. They want to be successful. And people cheat. And it isn't because like science, being a scientist does not denote that you're somehow more ethical than everybody else. You're just like everybody else, man. Got the same number of criminals, got the same number of liars, got the same number of cheats. Proportionally, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that is true. I just I didn't know that they were cutting that many corners with replicating experiments to that
Dude, there's
extent.
literally a website called Retraction Watch. Okay. It's a website dedicated to just tracking all the retracted papers for like retracted for all sorts of reasons: lying, scientific fraud, manipulating data, leaving out data that they didn't like. Like that's one of the major ones, is that they get data points that they don't like and they just throw them away and act like they never measured that in the first place.
One thing that I noticed not too long ago, I think was it sometime last year, or I think it was sometime last year. It was the color of Neptune. Evidently, the original photographer who took those pictures colorized Neptune so that it wouldn't be confused with Venus, because they were almost exactly the same color. And they made a note of that in a footnote saying, keep in mind, Neptune here has been intentionally colored darker in order to not confuse people between the two. But the people who replicated that article just replicated the picture in tons of magazines and tons of articles and stuff, and failed to reproduce the footnote saying that it was colorized
Neptune's
to
not
avoid
blue is what you're
confusion.
saying?
And then people didn't find out about that until, I don't know how many years later, 30, 40-ish, and had to correct it. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, how did it take this long for someone to realize that somebody missed that footnote? And then it got changed to Wikipedia and everything, and I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty funny. That's a pretty big goof up.
I mean, it's funny, the Russians say that the moon is brown. When they say when they landed on the moon and they got the soil, that the moon is brown. And the United States says it's gray. And I think the Chinese say it's some other fucking color.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'll have to read up on that.
Yeah, they say it's the frickin' dust on the moon is light brown. That's what they say.
It just kind of blew my mind that footnote was always there, but the first person who copied it to produce it in an article failed to copy that part, and then everyone else just took that copy and sent it out, and the people just forgot that they were the same color for decades.
Posted a link from Time Magazine, 1966. One sentence. The JPL project scientist Leonard Jaffe. The moon's surface looks like a soil, not very hard, with rocks and clods on it. In it. A rough surface, gray rock lying on a brownish gray, clumpy soil was singularly dull.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's quite reflective. It's quite reflective for brownish gray.
The moon, they say, has the albedo of asphalt. That means the reflectivity of asphalt. Yeah, like that you drive on, asphalt. That's what they say. Has the reflectivity of that. The moon's very strange in a lot of ways. I've heard, though I haven't confirmed this, that like if you measure the brightness of the moon, like say a full moon, in any portion of that, right? Say it's 100 lumens in that little square. When the moon, it goes into phase, right? And when you have a little sliver, the little sliver will be brighter in that little surface area. I'm not saying the total brightness is greater, but that part of the moon will be brighter than if the moon was fully than any section of a full moon, right? So if I look at one little section of the moon, right, it's brighter during crescent than it is when it's full. Not the total brightness, the partial brightness of a spot. I've heard this. I don't know if it's true. Then there's the cold moonlight and the fucking infrared of the moon, thermal infrared, showing the moon's only 40 degrees Celsius. Like, there's a bunch of shit with the moon that's fucked up. I'm gonna play this real quick. Try to finish. I think this is almost done. Finish this shit off.
Perfect.
You can create any coordinate system you want. Spherical, polar, Euclidean, non-Euclidean, linear, non-linear. It's up to you. That's called mathematics. So you're going to use your coordinate system to define, let's say, position of the observer and the position of the sun. Your mathematical model will take the position of the observer and time and output a position of the sun. Everyone clear on that? It's really simple. It's trivial. Okay, that's your formula. Flat Earth will have its formula, which is called a hypothesis. Round Earth will have that. To verify this, the experiment is pretty simple. You go out to a point at that position and you look out and you see where the sun is. That's the experiment. The cost of this, I would say, would be what? Your hourly time?
He's laughing.
To do this. So if I'm billing at $500 an hour and it takes me 15 minutes to do this, okay, it's $125. That's the cost. And then you write down the number. In fact, you could go now and you could find many, many locations that are on the internet, which are just pointing cameras. So we could do this live. So the question is, what are the opposition to this experiment?
I did it twice.
The tool.
I did that twice.
The
with
phone.
Matthew Learns.
User error is high, much higher than at our experiment. But I first need to start with experiment or not, which I tried to say a couple of times, because we don't have this surface of the Earth value, and we want to determine the surface of the Earth. And then we have two models of the sky, but we don't have the connection to the ground. And we observe the sun in the sky, which is nothing like an experiment for the surface of the Earth. Those two things are very different. And I don't know why I have to remind you on that simple truth. I tried to do it in the pre-show, but...
what are you talking about? What simple truth? Are you telling me you don't know where the sun is when you're looking out your window?
No.
It's to the left, it's to the right, it's above and below. What are you talking about?
But what is your connection?
You're talking a bunch of nonsense.
No. Hold on. Nah, see, I gotta.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kevin. You look out your window, the sun is at a certain location. Everyone could come to my house.
Nah, he's like, so you don't know where the sun is when you're looking at it? No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't, says Globers. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You don't fucking know. Where's the sun? What a joke.
And we could all look out the window, if you want to keep it constant, and flat Earth predicts where the sun's going to be, and round Earth predicts where the sun's going to be. It's that simple. Why are you making it so confusing?
Because it's a post-diction and not a prediction, because the sun has appeared in that position.
No, you predict. No, you predict it, and then you look at where it is. So your mathematical formula will predict it. Do you want me to show this to you in sort of more kindergarten terms?
Yes, I think.
Will that help you?
No, we've done.
That's insulting, Mongo.
Here's my
We've
window.
gone over it in the pre-show. I perfectly understand what you would
I
like
don't
to
think so,
observe.
because you're asking really dumb
Perfectly
questions.
understand.
Here's my window. This is my window, okay? And the sun is going to be somewhere on this window, right? But before you even do that, you run through your formula, as Dr. Prabhakar shared in the pre-show. You're going to have your formula. Let's do it again. So you're going to have, let's say flat Earth has its formula. Flat Earth is going to take position and time. And you're going to output X1, Y1. That's a prediction. Get it? That make sense? You get that?
I'm critiquing prediction, but you can call it like this, yeah. But look up the term. When I had to write down.
Wait. Listen.
I had to write down some things. I like you to write down post-diction. Look it up what it is.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. This is what a prediction is. You're just making up shit. This is a fucking prediction. You put in a position and time, and you're going to get an X1, Y1. Okay? This is, I think you hopefully attended like high school. You learned this.
You didn't even heard my intro.
All right. Well, this is really not for you, because we want to really raise the standards of everyone else who's being polluted. Okay? Because you seem to want to pollute people. Okay?
I like an experiment.
I think you're just saying words. Do you understand this? This is a formula which will predict globe earthers are going to have their formulation. They have 1 week to come up with this formula. You're going to have to come up with yours. Are you capable of doing that?
We can try something, yes.
Something. No, you guys should be able to know math. We gave you guys a week. The original thing was you would do it live.
Okay. Yeah, invite Alan, invite Space Audits Math Genius. Then you can do it live.
What you want.
Okay.
You can go. You have all week to go and do it, and you can come present. You can go talk to Einstein. You can go talk to anyone you want. Okay. So let's stop the bullshitting, because this is what you guys have been doing to fuck with people. This is what you're going to have to do. So go get the predictive formula. No, do you understand this? First of all, don't even say anything. Do you understand this? We talked about it. You said you did.
This guy's aggressively.
But I raised my objections. I said I will.
No. Do you know how to do this? Don't talk about your fucking objections. Do you know how to do this? I'm looking at my window. There's going to be, this is the x-axis. This is the y-axis, this is the x-axis, okay? This is my window. And we can literally measure it on my window. That's x, and this is going to be y.
Holy shit. I did this shit twice with Matthew Learns. Fuck's sake.
I can't believe that you guys have been getting away with no accountability. This is x. You get it? This is going to be the x location.
I have the x and y in my proposal, yes.
This is x and y. So you're going to have an x location. I'm going to use x1 just because that's what's in the formula. Okay? For convenience. So you're going to have to, flat earthers, if you're listening, come up with a formula for x1, y1. Okay? That's x. Does that make sense? So a location on here, and this is going to be y up here. In fact, this should actually be just x. X, and this is y. A point on here is going to be x1, y1. So let's draw a point right here. That point right there, we can put the sun in to make it yellow. This is what I actually observe. And this point is going to be x1, y1. Okay? Mm-hmm. So this is your predictive formula, the hypothesis. This is what you observe. And if x1, y1 equals what you predict for F, you're right. If x1, y1 equals what globe predicts, they're right. So the first step is you're going to have to go build this formula, which you agreed to do, and we gave people a week. So that's all that needs to be done. And you can also, we're south-facing, and we can look out my building, and we can track the sun. Or anyone can do it anywhere. What's beautiful about this is you can do it anywhere on the planet. Okay? What I like about this experiment, it's going to reveal the scientific method. It's so simple, no one can weasel their way out of it, slime their way out of it. They have to do the math, and they have to do the observation, and we can literally do this in Excel in about 20 minutes, and it's over. It's over. Dave Weiss is fucking over. And that's why he's not here. By the way, Dave Weiss Flat Earth was invited here, and he called me a demon. All right? So
now you throw everyone out who's in somehow related to him.
Oh, yeah, all these wonderful people who know how to do math, Kevin, yeah. Amazing intellectuals.
You don't know.
I do know. I do know. I've been doing math my whole life, and you haven't. So start respecting people who do the work, and you haven't done the work. So we're giving you an opportunity to do the work. Giving everyone the opportunity. So anyone listening out there, develop this formula, and it'll actually, if you can do it yourself, but it does take time, and it does take effort, and it does take professionalism, and it does take skill. You can't just bullshit. Days of bullshitting are over. So that's what needs to be done. So it's 1:30. I think there's really no objection in this process. It's so ubiquitous. So what we expect, and we can do a follow-up meeting, is each team needs to build similarly for your airplane. The globe people are going to develop their F, right? Their G, Mike. You're going to have to build your G with the error margins. And Kevin, you're going to have to build your F function. Two functions need to come out with the errors. And same here. We just did. And let's settle this question once and for all and educate people of the scientific method and how it should be done. All right, and let's stop all, and let's help people really understand evidence is reproducible predictions. Because for everything you see on my window, if whichever formula is right, it's going to predict it perfectly.
I have no idea.
And flat earthers may have multiple formulas. If you want to do multiple, go for it. One may say the globe is turning or whatever. Dome is turning, the dome is still, the sun is here, whatever you want to use. You guys have full freedom. Same with the globe earth people. Some people have said the globe is slightly elliptical, right? A little bit flattened at the edges. Other people said it's perfect. Whatever you guys want to use. So what's going to be really exciting is next week, present your assumptions, how you came up with this formula. Same here, present your assumptions, how you came up with this. So we're leaving today with the flat earthers with their airplane thing and the round earthers with their sun thing.
I found what I wrote down. Sky doesn't offer direct measurable information direct to the ground because it's a phenomenon which is independent from the concrete geometry of the surface. Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape.
It doesn't, what you just said is nonsense. It's bullshit. You're just saying random words. Don't bullshit me, okay? You're just saying random words, follow the scientific methods, come up with your formula. If you believe that, use those assumptions and come up with your formula.
What an idiot.
It's called a hypothesis. Your words, randomly pulling words that you're getting chatted to at this point is useless, okay?
And
Let's stop the bullshit.
Random bullshit, I guess.
So how many meetings you want to do, like more?
We're going to do the next, well, the next meeting, you should have your formula. So let's go back to where we started, and we can close this meeting. We started this meeting saying, here is a scientific method, okay? Observation, your observation is going to be the one case the sun, one case the airplane. And then to everyone, you're going to come up with a model, and then you're going to do your experiment, and you're going to gather data, and you're going to compare if your data matches the observational, and then if it's right, you're right. If it's wrong, you're fucking wrong. And it doesn't matter how good you look, what your accent is, whether you're white, whether you're black, you're just fucking wrong, or you're right.
Credentials.
What's that? You have a problem with credentials that I worked hard and you didn't?
I'm saying it's also not valid here. If you have
No, but there are people who put in the time and work, like a plumber or electrician. So don't deny people's work.
No.
Okay.
I don't like you
don't
to
diminish. No, don't diminish
credentials when I
work.
don't.
If you didn't do the math, you didn't do the math. Okay. So don't diminish people with skills, and that's what you're doing.
I did the math. I looked my stuff up, yeah.
You didn't include error margins.
But I did a lot of math. I don't see a lot of math this week from you, but I can wait for next week.
Wait a minute. We said in our pre-meeting, we gave you guys, Mike said he was ready with the math. You needed more time, so we gave you a week. Your math is like childhood math. Okay, that's a children's math.
Where's your math? From the sun.
Wait a minute. We said that was going to come next week because you needed more time.
For the other experiment.
Wait a minute.
For the other experiment.
Wait.
No, then we misunderstood. I thought you
you're just bullshitting. Math. Why don't you go hang out with Dave now? Okay?
No, I'm
not what this
fine.
is.
No,
you are. You're bullshitting. No. Don't fuck with me.
No, I don't.
Don't fuck around with me, okay?
I don't.
And let's just This is one of the great physicists of our time. Let's end with what Richard Feynman actually said, okay? I don't know if it's on here.
No
Let
sound.
me start. Huh?
Maybe no, I didn't hear sound.
And no sound is coming through.
Hold on.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply. And then we compare those computation results to nature. Or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
That's pretty much it, okay? So enough of the bullshitting. Come up with your hypothesis, compare the data, and if it matches, you're right. And if it doesn't match, you're fucking wrong. End of story. That's why we decided to do this today, because there's far too much people bullshitting and making statements without ever having to back anything up, and they're monetizing it. And those days are over as what this summit's on. So we have 1 week to the teams to go away. The globe people must come up with 2 formulations, one for the sun's location and the airplane's height. Is that right? The distance? Whatever, I think
distance margin error, yeah. Error of margin.
Intercept.
It's the intercept. And the flat earth people need to do the same thing. 2 formulas that can be executed. You can use a spreadsheet, if you want to use MATLAB, whatever you want to use. If you want to use a computer program, etc. And that should give numbers for a particular location. We should just be able to compare both things. So we should literally be able to have 2 spreadsheets. One is a globe Earth prediction, the flat Earth prediction for the sun, and have a bunch of sun locations and just compare. And then do that for the airplane example that Kevin wanted to do. And you have to look at if the results are within that, where they appear within the margin of error, right? If they're so nebulous, the experiment was a bad experiment. That's what it proves. So that's it. I think hopefully to the audience out here, people know what the scientific method is. Hopefully people want answers. They don't want to live in a state of confusion. And let me make this last point. I think those in power are manufacturing confusion. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. I'm writing a book called Manufacturing Confusion. And they manufacture confusion because when people are all fucking confused, you can control people. And when you apply science and you can get to definitive reasons, you can't control people. So you really have to start thinking, who is manufacturing confusion to control people and does not want to get down to actual answers? Who is using words and language, which is this random shit, vomiting shit? And who's using precise language and holding people accountable?
Can't take his fucking voice anymore.
Agreed. Getting sick of listening to him spew his bullshit.
Dude, he's literally doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Exactly. He's a fucking hypocrite and a fully automatic projector.
I just can't believe that he cited a paper which was against him, like against his own claim that the margin of error is 6 nautical miles. The paper was testing that specification and found that it's fucking like 40 meters at like 196 miles was the error. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that, in my humble opinion, was a bit of a train wreck,
Yeah, you could say that.
to say the least.
I mean, typically, typically I just don't even deal with these idiots. I don't even know why we're wasting our time. It's not even worth almost fucking talking. Like, we deal with certain people, like, I'm like, man, we should go frickin' refute the shit they're saying. And I'm like, no, they're fucking morons. Why even bother? They're not even worth it. They'll just suck you into their vortex of time wasting.
I mean, if you're that passionate about it and you want to bring forward your point, you can't act like that, or no one's going to listen to you. I mean, it's just
Well, he's failed to win any political office and just he loses and sues. That's what he does.
Yeah, choo-choo. That's a train wreck. Are we supposed to do the math for like what Matthew Learns and I did back a couple years ago?
Yeah, a hypothesis is an equation, brother.
Well,
That's what he said. A hypothesis is an equation.
Okay. I'll just make sure
So
I got the papers here, man.
I have a hypothesis.
I got.
Yeah, dolphins flip around pufferfish to get high, but I can't figure out the equation for that. So, fuck it.
Oh, I just got back from Home Depot and I bought a 2-pack, which is from Stanley, on sale right now. 2 scientific method tape measures. Freaking awesome, dude.
Dude, you don't need. Can I have one? I'll buy it. I'll buy it from you.
Are you a scientist?
I can use a tape measure.
No, you can't. You're not. No, you can't use a scientific tape measure. You're not a scientist.
Exactly.
Hey, are you sanding something?
Sorry.
Sandy.
I'm sanding down my retinas from having to witness that train wreck.
Were you listening on YouTube? That was freaking bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of knew it was going to be bad based on the title, and the content didn't disappoint of how bad it was. I mean, not that it was entertaining.
Choo-choo. Train wreck.
He basically skewed the pool of guests so that he could berate the flat earther guest. He wouldn't dare, try to have somebody sitting across from him that could actually give it back.
Evan Stan was actually a smart dude. It was just a language barrier. I've talked to him. He's talked to him in DMs. He's done some pretty good experiments, dude. Complicated ones, man.
That's actually a good one, brother. Like, so you get a flat earther that the reason you can berate him is because he's not as quick with the language, right? So the guests think that he's not responding in an intelligent manner, but it's really just that he's struggling to respond quickly.
Right.
So I'm gonna post the experiment he did in the chat. Dude, this is a crazy fucking experiment, dude. Oh, not that one. That's fucking stupid, Jesse. Now he makes like a tunnel with a bunch of halogen lamps inside of it, evenly spaced. And he makes like a frickin' hanging rail to slide the camera along inside this tunnel to see if the light is like bending around a curve or something. Pretty crazy. Convoluted, man. He measures the temperature inside of it. Like, it's a crazy experiment. Like, it must have took him so long to do this.
I like that he said, if you're going to be, deciding the shape of the ground, you need to actually be focused on measuring the ground itself. And then the other guy was like, oh, you're just saying nonsense, dude. Just nonsense. Like, what?
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. Dude, he's like literally cringe.
It would have been better for him to say, well, the one thing that I responded with when I did question that, when people asked me that before, is, well, I mean, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Where do I find a tape measure that long? Where do I start walking? Where do I end walking? It's just that's it's. I don't know how feasible that is. That would have been a better response than, oh, just shut up. That's nonsense. That's not even a response.
Exactly. It was very combative.
Yeah.
And
Did not
degrading.
come across in good faith.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't come across fair and honest and straight. You're just saying gibberish, and you're like, it wasn't fair. He was just yelling. Yeah, pretty interesting, pretty predictable tactic. We've seen this before many times.
Yeah, that Shiva dude is a rude asshole. It was annoying to listen to. It was very hard to listen to, mostly because of how sad and pathetic it was.